Hello, everyone. Thank you, everyone, to be here with us again after this morning session that we have in this conference. I would like to say thank you, Professor David Foreman from the University of Hawaii, to moderate the third panel of this day, Outcomes of EUCN World Conservation Congress, October in Abu Dhabi. Professor David, so thank you one more time on behalf of FGV Law. I extend our gratitude for you to moderate this panel. Please, you have the floor right now.
Thank you very much. Aloha kako. Greetings, everyone in Belém, Rio, New York, and other parts of the world. I hope you didn't miss your lunch. I'm looking forward to my breakfast here in Honolulu after we're done. But I'd like to start this panel off by thanking the organizers at the Haub Pace Law School and FGV Rio for the invitation to participate in this important conference. Although I wish I could have been there with you in Belém, I'm currently enjoying the company of someone mentioned by Professor Katie Q in her remarks earlier today. Attorney Antonio Posa Jr. from the Philippines, my mother's country of origin, has returned to Honolulu 10 years after his previous visit. My kuya, or elder brother Tony, has planted many seeds over the years that have continued to nourish, often led by passionate and dedicated youth who have effectively moved the needle forward in crucial ways. Tony also attended the Congress in Abu Dhabi, where he shared his latest impossible dream of using the BBNJ treaty that recently came into force to create marine peace parks around the globe. Before introducing this third panel, I've been asked to provide a short overview of the event that took place in Abu Dhabi last month, with a particular focus on the IUCN's views on climate. I will do so in my individual capacity, not as a representative of the university where I serve as a professor of law. At the Congress, I had the honor of serving as one of the election officers alongside the incredible Claudia DeWint of the Inter-American Institute for Justice and Sustainability, who I suspect many of you in Rio and Belém already know. And I strongly encourage others to seek out her wisdom whenever you can. I'm also grateful to the newly elected council for reappointing me as the North America focal point for the WCEL steering committee. And in addition, members of the IUCN Academy of Environmental Law elected me as North American representative to its board of governors earlier this year at the colloquium in Peru. Nevertheless, on this topic, I'm a poor substitute for the key IUCN contacts at the COP in Belém. Our Director General, Dr. Gretel Aguilar, Deputy Director General Stuart McGuinness, and Sandeep Gupta, the Climate Change Global Policy Lead. The IUCN has hosted 3 events already, with another scheduled later today, plus a dozen more, which I'll attempt to link in the chat right now. Hopefully that worked. You have already heard from recently re-elected WCEL Chair Dr. Christina Voigt about the IUCN's precedent-setting role in the advisory opinions on climate issued by ITLOS, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and the ICJ. Many volunteers contributed to that effort, and I would like to thank them profusely for their excellent work, which I believe is prominently featured in all 3 judicial opinions. The 2025 World Conservation Congress in Abu Dhabi included a dedicated theme on reducing climate overshoot risks, in addition to discussing and exploring the interlinkages between the climate change and biodiversity loss crises and how they can be jointly addressed. The IUCN Assembly discussed and adopted a variety of climate-related motions concerning nature-climate synergies, geoengineering, carbon trading, glacier and coral reef protection, just transition pathways, and others. IUCN members also voted to change the name of its Climate Crisis Commission to the Climate Action Commission, reflecting a strong desire to move quickly to implementation. In anticipation of COP30, IUCN called upon parties to the UNFCCC to redouble their efforts to safeguard the multilateral climate process and reinforce respect for the rules-based international order. In that regard, as Professor Robinson and others have stressed earlier in this conference, the recent ICJ advisory opinion makes clear that all states have binding obligations under international law to protect the global climate system and limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Accordingly, the IUCN's position paper for COP30 identifies 7 key messages Once again, I will attempt to link in the chat the position paper so that folks can read the details in more specifically. But I will now share in the interest of time briefly. First, the IUCN strongly urges all parties to communicate sooner rather than later their new 2035 climate targets or nationally determined contributions as required by the Paris Agreement. Second, noting the current climate pledges are suffering from an implementation gap, the IUCN calls on all parties to anchor their new NDCs within national legislation and regulatory frameworks to support effective and timely achievement on the ground. Third, IUCN parties at COP30 are urged to take concrete measures to systematically strengthen operational synergies across the 3 Rio conventions to more effectively and efficiently address the interlinked challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and land degradation. Fourth, IUCN calls on all parties to adopt a robust set of indicators that can effectively measure progress towards achieving each of the agreed 2030 targets and delivering upon the global goal on adaptation. Fifth, IUCN urges significant scaling up of climate financing by adopting a concrete outcome under the Baku to Belém roadmap to 1.3 trillion that covers the needs and priorities of vulnerable communities and ecosystems. Sixth, IUCN urges all parties to focus on indigenous peoples and local communities when developing and implementing climate policies and actions across all levels, in addition to actively facilitating their enhanced engagement across all relevant UN FCCC processes. And finally, seventh, IUCN re-emphasizes the importance of mainstreaming gender-responsive climate policies and actions across all levels of implementation of the Paris Agreement by adopting a strong and ambitious gender action plan under the enhanced Lima Work Program on Gender. I will now turn to my fellow panelists, starting with Professor Richard Ochinger, who will discuss the energy aspects of our climate crisis, including the need for a quick shift to alternative energy. By way of introduction, Dick is a founder of the Pace Energy and Climate Center and Dean Emeritus for one of this conference's conveners. He also served for 16 years as a US Congressman, authoring a substantial body of energy and environmental laws. It could also be argued that I would not be here but for this man, who also served as a founding staff member of the Peace Corps, which my late father joined as a member of the first batch of volunteers to serve in the Philippines. I'm not sure if Professor Ottinger has joined us online from New York, but I know that he has recorded a message that I invite the conference organizers to play now.
The International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, at its 25th World Conservation Congress in Abu Dhabi last month, adopted a motion to explicitly address dependence on fossil fuels as a threat to nature. The decision, coming at the wake of a recent International Court of Justice decision holding countries responsible for climate crises, has encouraged the climate activists who expressed hope that these recent developments would have positive fallout on our COP30 deliberations at Belém. While many vulnerable countries and environmental platforms hailed the International Court Declaration as historical, so far the developed countries such as the United States, as well as developmental economies like India, China, and others, have been mum on the court's resolution. Although the U.S. government is not expected to support it, many of the U.S. state governments may do so. The COP28 issued a unanimous decision to do away with all forms of fossil fuel from 2050 onward. The science community stated that the decision was too generalized, particularly since it was linked to a host of conditions. It was also pointed out in a recent United Nations report that until now, the track record of developed countries to honor their transformation commitments under the Paris Climate Treaty has been generally abysmally poor. IUCN 2025 calls on governments and civil society to confront a principal root cause of the combined climate and biodiversity crises through supply-side measures. This represents the strongest language ever adopted in a multilateral forum, calling on limiting their reliance on oil, gas, and coal. IUCN Motion 042 acknowledges the urgent gap in international governance of fossil fuel production and pushes states to explore a variety of instruments, including explicitly by a potential fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to phase out coal, oil, and gas, stop new extraction, and ensure a just transition for workers and communities. Motion 042 also reaffirmed the IUCN's role in conservation by calling for the protection of ecosystems as the source of extraction being principal measure for stopping new fossil fuel expansion and promoting real conservation measures. Building on the climate decision of the IUCN Congress, this historic development comes in the wake of the recent International Court of Justice, ICJ, advisory opinion, which was earlier welcomed by IUCN Motion 141. The ICJ ruling affirmed the obligation to prevent climate harm and protect the rights of present and future generations. Recent COP30 President Ambassador André Correio do Lago asserted that the ICJ ruling would play an important role in the negotiations here during the ensuing COP30 negotiations. The IUCN 2025 decision also adopted Motion 038, which calls creation of a treaty providing for the promotion of the implementation of the goals agreed to under the Paris Agreement, including transitioning away from fossil fuels in energy systems in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. However, the International Court of Justice, in its historic opinion, ruled that all states must begin phasing out uses of fossil fuel at once. The court made it clearly unlawful to defer steps to phase out dependence on fossil fuels, stating that states cannot wait to phase out fossil fuel dependence until such a new agreement is enacted, as some states have done in the past. These hopeful measures should also be of help to the exciting climate change measures initiated by distinguished environmentalist Hunter Lovins in her so-called COP30 program to enlist worldwide climate change mitigation advocates and organizations in efforts to influence their members to take accelerated action to promote climate change mitigation actions. In just her first year of operation, she has enlisted more than 1,100 participants. The Haub Law School at Pace University Center for Energy and Climate is undertaking collaboration with Hunter's COP30 program. Hunter will be presenting her program herself shortly in panel 5 of our side event at 3:30. She deserves our support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ottinger. I see that you've now joined us online, apparently with thanks to the current director of the PACE Energy and Climate Center, Professor Michael Hammerski. If there is sufficient time remaining after all the panelists have spoken, Professor Ottinger has indicated he's willing to address questions, if any, posed by the attendees. Our next panelist is Jojo Mehta, there with many of you in Belém. She will speak about the crime of ecocide and its relevance to climate, including discussions that took place recently at the Congress in Abu Dhabi. Jojo is a co-founder of Stop Ecocide International in 2017, alongside the late Polly Higgins. And Jojo has overseen the truly remarkable growth of this global movement over less than a decade. She convened the independent expert panel that drafted a legal definition for ecocide, serving as a catalyst for major legislative developments at national, regional, and international levels. I understand that Jojo has another panel to go to immediately after this, so I invite her, if she needs to dash out. But Jojo, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be joining you across the world in these various locations. I'm here in Belém for COP30, of course, and it's really nice to be able to bring in the IUCN results and the theme of ecocide law into this forum. First, I think it's worth just mentioning the importance of issues. I mean, this was brought up earlier a little bit, but climate solutions often focus specifically on carbon and on carbon emissions, decarbonisation, and all of that is important, of course it is. But of course, one of the themes, as was raised earlier, of this COP is also to make some linkages between the biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis. And of course, ecocide law has a very important role to play in that context. And I think that it's important that we look at issues other than just carbon. Ecocide law, of course, I mean, for those who haven't come across it before, it is still quite a new topic for a lot of people. Of course, we have environmental regulations all over the world, but at the moment we see that they are fundamentally failing to curb destruction, and bringing in a sort of criminal law parameter that names the worst harms to nature as ecocide, quite a strong word, and effectively prohibits them under criminal law, could prove to be a very concrete action. I noticed that your youth speaker earlier was calling for actions, not just words. And this law very much sort of comes into that category. It also relates strongly to the ICJ advisory opinion and the advisory opinion that's come out of the the Inter-American Court of Human Rights on the obligations of states to prevent severe harm to nature. Those advisory opinions set a kind of a foundation for moving forward with the criminalization of ecocide. Indeed, it could be seen as a way of implementing that aspect of those advisory opinions. This slide is simply a kind of introductory one, just describing us, what our organization. We work with many governments around the world supporting, advising and briefing, but we also help to build the public narrative around ecocide law. For anyone that has dealt with politicians, you'll probably know that they don't like to be the first at a party. So having a conversation that is taking place in many different fora, including COP, including IUCN, including many different international fora, always helps to move things forward. So I'd like to actually move on briefly. If you could go to the next slide. This was briefly mentioned by David when he introduced me. This is the definition of ecocide as drafted in 2021 by a group of 12 international lawyers. And the launch of that definition in June of 2021 has catalyzed an extraordinarily rapid for international law development of interest around the world at political level, as well as in civil society around this law. And I don't know, obviously, if you're looking at the slideshow, you won't see me, but those in the room will. One of the benefits of a definition that concise is that it fits on the back of a business card. Again, when you're dealing with a busy politician, there's nothing more useful. But this definition, I could spend ages talking about this, but just one brief aspect that's really important is that this is a definition that doesn't focus on specific activities. It doesn't say that a certain activity constitutes ecocide. What it says is that whatever you're doing, if it creates or is likely to create, and you know that, severe and widespread or long-term harm to the environment, then that is what defines it as ecocide. And that has been extraordinarily useful in a number of ways, both for effectively the political discussion, because it doesn't point fingers at any particular sector, which obviously makes diplomatic and political conversations much easier. It's also very intuitive, so it's easy for people to relate to, even if they don't know that there's strong legal precedent for this language. But also it taps into, I think, what is quite an intuitive understanding of criminal law. Someone isn't a murderer because of how they kill someone. They're a murderer because the person dies or ends up dead. So effectively, the ecocide definition functions in that kind of a way. Effectively, what that speaks to is the preventive and protective aspect of criminal law. Again, murder isn't a crime to punish murderers. That's what it does. But what it's there for is to stop us killing each other. And obviously, that concept is what's behind the concept of ecocide. If you could go to the next slide. This will just give you a sense of how rapidly this conversation has been developing. That will bring us to effectively the IUCN resolution just a few weeks ago. Was so recent that it hasn't yet been added to this graph. But so you can see here that the launch of the definition happened in 2021, but from then on, you can see from the sort of additional flags, the engagements, the endorsements of various different countries around the world, how fast this conversation is growing. And it's important to mention, I think, the champion countries here, because one of those champion countries co-sponsored the motion at the IUCN Congress, and that was Vanuatu. So the motion about recognition of ecocide. But what's interesting, and what I think is sort of in common in a way between the countries that have really championed ecocide law, is that they are, if you like, they're countries that are on the front lines in different aspects where the law is applicable and is important. So Vanuatu, along with Fiji and Samoa, who have actually proposed an independent international crime of ecocide, those countries are right on the front lines of climate impacts. And the way that they perceive it, that, you know, ecocide as an international crime would be the first international crime that would benefit the global south, which is where much of the ecocidal activity takes place, even though the decisions are taken in the wealthy north. And effectively, they see the various different legal avenues, and they were, of course, champions as well of the International Court of Justice advisory opinion. They really led that campaign. Those legal avenues as ways of bringing frameworks in that the whole of the world has to pay attention to. It's not just about effectively rescuing one country or a couple of countries. So there's a real political generosity involved in that attitude, and we see that also with the other champion countries. So in the context of biodiversity, Democratic Republic of Congo has been very forthcoming, and here at COP has already their head of state issued a statement effectively saying that they believe that ecocide should become an international crime, because they actually are guardians of what's often known as the second lung of the world after the Amazon, and have, you know, very biodiversity rich and vulnerable ecosystems. And then the third country that's been very vocal as well, and I'm actually going to be speaking on a panel at their pavilion this afternoon, is Ukraine. And for them, it's in the context of conflict, of armed conflict, and the environmental damage that happens in that context. And of course, we're seeing similar horrific damage happen in the situation in Gaza. So all of those countries are effectively, could be thought of as victim countries, but they are all taking this sort of more kind of globally politically generous attitude of saying, this is not just about us, this is about what needs to be put in place to actually protect ecosystems and societies moving forward. And the IUCN resolution was effectively calling for the IUCN to recognize that the definition that you just saw earlier should be criminalized around the world. And we were, delighted to see that actually the motion passed very well. If you go to the next slide, you'll see the breakdown of that vote. The primary clause in that resolution was the first clause, which basically said that this definition, unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there's a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. That clause basically was saying that definition should be recognized and prosecuted as a criminal act in national and international contexts. And so that, for us was the sort of primary drive, was to find that acknowledgement within the IUCN. And you can see from the two chambers, I mean, overwhelmingly, of course, in the NGO chamber, but also strongly in the state chamber, this was supported. And that resolution also called on the WCEL, the World Commission on Environmental Law, to create a sort of, to investigate and to support effectively the development of ecocide law by looking into how that can be explored in different contexts legally. So that was a very successful motion from our perspective. We didn't expect to get full 100% support of it, but we were very pleased to see that there was more support than there were abstentions in the state chamber, and also quite interesting to see, I mean, actually, for anyone that's tried to analyze the results of IUCN motions, you will know that enormous spreadsheet that breaks down all of those votes that did sort of appear about a week to 10 days ago is quite opaque. It takes quite a lot of analysis to work out who did what. So I don't have handy the full list of states for and against, but one of our team has kind of analyzed that. And what we have found is that amongst those supporting states are at least 20 new state supporters with respect to that graph that you just saw before. So that just shows, a real kind of rolling momentum going on there. What's also interesting is that the few states that did vote against are predominantly oil states. So, I mean, off the top of my head, I can remember Saudi, UAE, Kuwait, and Norway were amongst the very few, I think, under 10 states that didn't want ecocide law. So perhaps unsurprising, but it's also, as I say, very encouraging that there are now kind of that in that Assembly Hall, there were more in favour than there were abstentions. We know it's quite a new conversation for a lot of states. So we saw that as a very positive development. And I'd just like to sort of finish up by talking a little bit about the cultural importance of ecocide law, because it's not just about the legal side of things. But when we look at the big shifts, and actually could I have the next slide here? When we look at the big shifts in human rights and so on that have happened over the last centuries, really, we can see that, in fact, in practice, what happens when you look at those moments, as you can see from that slide, and we're looking at the abolition of slavery, looking at votes for women, looking at the civil rights movement, and so on. What you see in those contexts are sort of civil society disruption followed by legal and policy change. And where we sort of see ourselves as part of that step two, if you like, that has come in response to the climate mobilizations that have opened up the conversation at the at the political level, both nationally and internationally. And what we also sort of see in this sequence is a kind of an expanding of our circle of care as human beings. So that firstly, that that acknowledgement that human beings are not property, that acknowledgement that democracy is for everybody. These are kind of circles that go beyond just sort of privilege, a privileged white minority, to the women as well, to other nations, other races, and so on. And there's a kind of expansion of our concept of who and what we should care about. And that is what we see ecocide law as being kind of not the only thing, but one of the things that's sort of at the heart of the shift in this cultural arena, if you like, that is happening in the 21st century. And that is the shift of understanding about our relationship with nature. And here at COP30, we're seeing a huge voice coming through from indigenous cultures who have this understanding kind of in their DNA. When you damage Mother Earth, there are serious consequences. That is not just a scientific fact. It's also, if you like, it feels like an emotional and spiritual fact in those cultures. And there's something about criminal law accessing that moral and ethical aspect that feels to be a very important aspect of what ecocide law brings to the table. And we think that is what also has really inspired many different publics around this law. So I think I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jojo, and thank you for all the crucial work that you've been doing on this issue. During the Congress, my own focus was on process, in addition to both confidentiality and transparency. So it's fascinating to hear the work of your researchers breaking down the results of the vote. Our third panelist, Professor Achinthi Vithanage, is also in Belém. She will share her experience leading more than a dozen professors, students, and alumni of the Haub School of Law at Pace University during the World Conservation Congress. Professor Vithanage is a professor of law and executive director of the #1 ranked environmental law program in the country. She also serves as secretariat for the IUCN Academy of Environmental Law, in addition to being a fellow member of the WCL. She's also a citizen of the world, born in Sri Lanka, practiced law in New South Wales, studied in Australia, Japan, China, and Spain, and the United States, and recently returned to the United Arab Emirates for the World Conservation Congress after living in that country earlier in her life. Achinthi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me, David? Yes? Okay. All right. Thank you so much, David. So kind of you to provide that introduction. It's also really nice to see you again. We're very lucky. William Richardson Law School that David is part of is a close partner of PACES. So it's not, even though it's not often that we get to see him, it's always very nice when we do. So thank you all for today. It's been so interesting to hear, we've been involved with the ecocide motion as well through some of our students. So I will touch a bit upon that as well. But if we could just get the first slide up, and it'll kind of give you a sense of what I'm going to be talking about. Emmanuel, if you have the first slide. No, it's not connected to this. Okay, well, if it's, no, it's on. Okay. All right, maybe there's a delay with the slides. Here we go. All right. So from classroom to Congress and engaging youth in national environmental policy making. So one of the things with the IUCN that you'll find is that we are looking to create international environmental law, but actually set the foundations to doing so. And that's, the perfect example was the ecocide motion. But there is a real importance to involving youth in that process to make sure that what they consider as important issues as well are being featured and that they are part of that decision-making process, because in terms of most of these environmental crises that we're already facing, they're going to be experiencing it the most, right? And them and their future generations. So it was really important for us to make sure that youth are involved in this process. And so that began a very long journey. It took 2 years, of which where we were working on this. But just before we start that, if we can go to the next slide. One of the most important ways that the IUCN does this, we heard about resolutions, and resolutions are the outcome of the IUCN Congress. Motions are the process that gets us there. And that is basically a policy proposal. So you can have a motion that is inward facing, that is telling the IUCN, please focus on these policy priorities, or it can be outward facing, telling other stakeholders or actors to pursue a particular priority. And so this is kind of the basis that we use as a main assignment in one of the classes that I teach. So if we go to the next slide. Why do we do this? And that comes back to that point about motions and resolutions that come out of the IUCN, laying this foundation for international environmental law to develop. And it's not based on just pure theoretics, right? We've actually seen that happen. You see the Ramsar Convention, you have elements that have come through with the climate change conventions. You see the Convention on Biological Diversity, which continues to be impacted by what comes out of the IUCN, the projects and the research, and also the policies and resolutions that end up coming through as well. And of course, you see the three courts that I mentioned there as well, right? We've been talking about this constantly throughout this program, the ICJ advisory opinion, the ITLOS advisory opinion, and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. At all of these places, IUCN had a role. We had IUCN expertise show up to each of those hearings and present. And the judges in each of those sessions also took what the IUCN was suggesting and, not suggesting, but what they were putting forward in their statements. And why is that important? Because we've been talking about science and how COP30 is all about science. IUCN is a network of environmental conservation experts, but it is also underpinned by science. And that is why the IUCN has such a great reputation as well. It precedes the UNFCCC, right? The IUCN as a network was created even before that. And so they've been working on this for a long time. And that's the picture on the right is showing this article from the IUCN, from the post-1972 conference, just talking about how much IUCN has been involved and how their expertise informed the making of international environmental law, so to speak, that we have today. So for the next slide, you'll see is the motions process that followed. So we basically started classes in fall 2023 and fall 2024. And then thereafter, the motions process begins once you submit a motion, right? And it started in January this year, and then we went through different processes. So again, this is a democratic institution as well. So we are always trying to get our IUCN members to contribute to the motion proposals that we put forward. So our students would, get co-sponsors from among the IUCN members, but then they will reach out to them, develop those motions, and move through this process of both online discussions, negotiation sessions within contact groups, and then all the way we get to the Congress, which is where the wonderful things happen. But along the way, there's also this moment of an electronic vote as well, which are more focused for motions that don't seem as controversial or don't need as much debate. And so the ones that finally get to the Congress are the ones that also either need some further debate or need further discussion among the members, or it is a special and urgent motion, something that comes through because a particular event occurred between when the motions were required to be submitted and the actual Congress. And if something urgent occurs and it is imperative that the IUCN responds to that, then we have a process for allowing that. So let's go to the next slide. We'll skip this one more. Okay, and David, please let me know if once I hit the 10-minute mark. I wanted to share the students who are part of this this process. So these are alumni who started off, but have continued to stay involved even after graduation. One of those alums are in this room, Sam Cavallo, who's also from Brazil. So it's wonderful to be here, to have him here with us. And then this next slide shows the students that participated. So we had a very large group, as you can see, but it also meant that their voices, their priorities and interests and passions were coming through to the IUCN to inform their policies. If we go to the next slide, these are some of the motions that the students put forward. Not all of them relate to climate change necessarily, right? We don't have like an explicit mention of climate change in some of them do. Have that explicit connection. But I think the point that you can see from all of these, at least these three motions at least, is that connection between climate and biodiversity is naturally in there. So we have the first one there is about soil security law, which actually came to us through the IUCN's World Commission on Environmental Law, and in particular their soil and agriculture group. The point being that soil is incredibly important for maintaining the kind of the ecosystem and world that we have today, and yet there is not so much focus on protecting soils. And the way that it is currently done is through the UN Convention on Desertification, which is not sufficient. It is a very myopic kind of view. While the other ones that relate to it are the Convention on Biological Diversity, for instance. So there was a real need to focus on the importance of soils. And this motion really supports the development of some kind of international legally binding instrument to get the concept of soil security, protecting soils, and especially in light of some of the threats that soil face, which very much includes climate change. A second example there is less directly related to climate change, but is about port state measures to protect IUU fishing, so illegal, underreported, and unregulated fishing. And the focus being the students identified a gap where even though we have international law, that international law doesn't really focus on all the different parties that are involved. There is not enough focus on port states actually being like the coastal states to actually do the work of going through and exploring, investigating, and identifying when IUU fishing has occurred. And so this was an outward-facing motion in that sense, because we were asking the port state measure agreement to look into this. And so, but again, the connection to climate change is just natural in amongst all of these, even though it's not explicitly stated. One of the reasons why we're also focusing on IUU fishing is not just because of the crime that's involved, right? It's also because there are strains on biodiversity, especially our fishing resources. And, in light of the BBNJ agreement, and the ITLOS decision, that advisory opinion that we had, which identified that climate change is considered like a pollutant into the ocean, and these are all issues that are affecting marine biodiversity. The third one here, and it kind of speaks to a point that Jojo was making before about the importance of indigenous knowledge, and how that had connected with the eco side. Indigenous languages is one of those ways to protect that indigenous knowledge. If we're not protecting the languages, then we're not going to be able to hold on to that indigenous knowledge either. And so that was one of the motions that one of the other students did. And of course, there's like QR codes. If anyone wants to kind of scan that, you can find more information, or if you can go onto our Global Center for Environmental Legal Studies website to get more. The next slide. Okay. This was perhaps the most important one, is the new and special urgent motion that we did for the ICJ advisory opinion. I'm not going to go into it because Professor Nick Robinson discussed it in his comments yesterday, but this was something that is very much connected and is about pushing forward the momentum that came out of the ICJ advisory opinion, have the IUCN take an even further lead of implementation through its members. Okay, the next slide will just give you a sense of some of the other motion topics. You'll see there's climate adaptation and business engagement. We have One Health, zoonosis, and sorry, how that relates to how that has been exacerbated by climate change. What else? We have grasslands. Again, that motion was one of the ones that Professor Nick Robinson mentioned yesterday in his comments. Next ones. Okay, and so these, then the, and this was mentioned a little bit earlier, but now I'm forgetting the actual connection, but gender, oh, that's right. There was a climate and gender a policy that was agenda that was put forward by the IUCN that David Foreman mentioned. And this one is going forward and improving on that, taking it to another level with gender equality and also gender-based violence being considered within the IUCN's policy priorities. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at that. There were more motions that were involved, and I'm more than happy to share about any of those, but I'll leave it over for questions now, I guess, or to David if he has anything else to say. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Achinthi, for your ongoing leadership, and thanks as well for inviting me to participate in the From Classroom to Congress session. It was a really nice diversion from my more hectic duties in Abu Dhabi. I look forward to more opportunities for our institutions to collaborate in the future, as I believe we're the only 2 law schools with programs that are actual voting members of the IUCN. And I hope that more institutions, perhaps including from Brazil, will join us in these endeavors. The final member of our panel is youth commentator Isabel Vasconcelos-Chelu. I hope I pronounced that somewhat closely, correctly. She joins us from New York, a Brazilian lawyer pursuing dual LLM degrees in comparative legal studies and environmental law at Pace University. I'm meeting Ms. Chelu for the first time visually, so I'm looking forward to learning from her going forward. Isabel, the floor is yours.
Boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon, all. Thank you so much for having me as a youth commentator on this panel. It's an honor to reflect on the outcomes of the IUCN Congress, the world's largest and most inclusive gathering for conservation and sustainable development. And as a Brazilian, I'm excited to briefly just bring my perspective on how these global outcomes can help us strengthen environmental protection even domestically. But before I speak a little bit on the motions, I would just like to say that on a personal level, one of the most inspiring outcomes of the IUCN Congress for me wasn't just the motions themselves, but the sense of agency it gives to young people. And I guess we often think of policymaking happening away from us in negotiations courtrooms, but the IUCN showed me, and I can say probably I can speak for other students as well, that youth and local voices can also shape global environmental norms. And seeing how ideas like ecocide and indigenous leadership, they can be discussed at this level. And it reminds me that real change starts with participation and that we as young people belong in these conversations. But I wanted to talk about a little bit about the ecocide motion, as our panelist Jojo brought so thoughtfully. I think this motion is historically significant because it marks the first time that the IUCN has formally recognized ecocide as an international crime. And especially speaking about Brazil, I think this recognition is so relevant given that we currently have a bill before the Chamber of Deputies that seeks to include ecocide as an environmental crime in Brazil, punishable by law, and is now awaiting review by the Committee on Constitution and Justice. So I think this IUCN motion really just adds international legitimacy and a sense of urgency to the domestic efforts that we have. And it provides the lawmakers with an anchor, I guess, to show that the conversation around ecocide is not just happening here, but it's happening globally. And touching a little bit also on what Professor Richard spoke about, the fossil fuel motion, I also found that motion to be extremely important and relevant because it frames the transition as a just one. Not that we need to move fast transitioning away from fossil fuels, but that we need to do this fairly. And that we need to also keep in mind that we need to make sure that workers, communities, and countries in the global south are supported in this transition process. So these were my brief thoughts about it. And as you know, the youth climate movement has been calling for this kind of justice for years now. And I think it's encouraging to see that the IUCN takes a clear position on it, including us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Isabel. Some of you may recall that indigenous peoples organizations were added as voting members of the IUCN at the Congress in 2016 here in Honolulu. I also believe it is past time for the creation of a dedicated position as youth counselor on the IUCN, and so I hope we can collaborate with PACE, and maybe we'll get folks like Isabel more actively involved in the IUCN than they already are. The efforts of the youth from the Pacific in getting us to the ICJ advisory opinion was monumental. I've been tremendously impressed with the World's Youth for Climate Justice. And so now I think we've done a pretty good job. We have a little bit of time left, although I recognize that many of you skipped lunch since you only had a 10-minute break before this panel started. And I know how difficult it can be at COPs to carve out the necessary time. You can see that dawn has broken in Honolulu, so I'm eager to get some breakfast as well. But with the indulgence of the conference organizers, I'll just ask whether there were any questions or whether the conference organizers would prefer that we take advantage of the diligence and efficiency of our panelists by freeing people up to find some food.
That sounds great, David.
Professor, thank you for your speech to moderate this panel. So we had a huge, we skipped our lunch as well here, but we keep the time here in this conference. Professor, we don't have any question for this panel. We can move forward to the next panel. Do you want to make some closer, or we can move forward?
No, I'm happy to move forward. Thank you again for the invitation. And I just want to express my appreciation to Professors Ottinger and Vitanage, as well as Jojo Mehta and Isabella Chelou for their very valuable interventions. It was really a pleasure to join you from Honolulu. And I wish everyone at COP30 productive remaining days there. Enjoy. Aloha. Ahui ho.
Thank you, Professor David Foreman, for moderating the panel. Thank you, Professor Dick Ottinger, and Professor Jodomita as well in Belém, with Professor Tinti for participating on this panel, and for our youth commentator Isabella Vasconcelos for Elisabeth Hall School of Law at Pace University for the comments here. And professors, and the audience, we would like to move to our next panel, our fourth panel of the day, the Public Attorney's Perspective on the Climate Agenda, that will be moderated by Professor David Cassuto from the School of Law at Pace University. Professor Cassuto, you can take your seat here. And would like to invite to the stage Dr. Leonardo Quintanilha, State Attorney of Rio de Janeiro at the State Institute for the Environmental, INEA, and Dr. Rafael Daut, State Attorney of Rio de Janeiro, and our youth commentator to take the stage in New York, Mackenzie Sharma from Elisabeth Haub School of Law at Pace University. Professor David, you have the floor. Thank you again for your partnership.
Thank you, Emmanuel, for handling the changeover so gracefully and for all the work you do here. It's my privilege to be back moderating yet another outstanding panel here. I'm David Casuto from Pace University Elisabeth Haub School of Law, and this afternoon we will be hearing about the. Sorry, I've got a lot of things on my dais here. Just give me 1 second. So we're going to hear about the public attorney's perspective on the climate change agenda, and we're very lucky to have with us two attorneys with the State Attorney General's office here in Rio. So it's the State of Rio, the Attorney General's office, two outstanding lawyers who I feel very lucky to know. Speaking first will be Rafael Daut, and the second speaker will be Leonardo Quintanilla. And as Emmanuel pointed out, we have with us also from PACE, one of my students. I'm actually enormously proud as to how well my students are represented here at this conference. We have Mackenzie Sherman. So we will start with Rafael. Welcome.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for the invitation. First, I would like to thank FGV and Pace University, represented by Romulo Sampaio here. I want to greet my fellow panelists and my long-standing friends, the Professor Dr. Casuto, David Casuto, and Leonardo Quintanilla. Here, I'm here to talk about the public attorneys and how public attorneys work in the climate change agenda, and some preliminary issues are important to be mentioned. The constitution of the country in the Article 132 imposes to the state attorneys the judicial representation and the legal advice to the respective federated units. Besides that, we also have the law that created INEA, the environmental agency, the state environmental agency in the country. In the Article 14th, paragraph 1 says that the chief public attorney is the Attorney General of the states, and the legal representation of this environmental body is also in charge of the Attorney Generals. It's up to the states, let's use the technical term here. It's up the entities and their subnational governments to support the execution of national measures to reduce emissions and implement mitigation and adaptation measures. And this is also in the final declaration of the Rio +20 in the paragraph 42 that reaffirms the central role of all the levels of governments and the legislative bodies in the promotion and the sustainable development. Besides that, there was a declaration, if I'm not mistaken, 2 days ago of the president of COP, André Correia do Lago, that says that the presence of governors and mayors are extremely important because the subnational entities develop a central role in the implementation of all the decisions made in the COPs. And then we can mention the role of the C4Cs of the United States and the Global Mayors Pact that are in the COP in Belém. And remembering that the Attorney General's office usually goes to the COP. We are always represented. So there is always one representative in the COPs as a member of the Brazilian delegation. But how, after that these preliminary remarks, the attorney generals and the public attorneys of the state can contribute to the climate change agenda? A legal assistance and normative assistance with an orientation in the formulation of laws and norms, and also public policies of mitigation and adaptation. And it's important to remember that the state of Rio has the Law 5690 that instituted the state policy on climate change and sustainable development. The Article 3rd that lists the objectives provides the European principle of environmental integration. It recognizes the cross-cuttingness of the climate actions and provides that this has to be integrated in all levels of the government. The economic development, disaster recovery, and has to be taken into account the environmental issue and also the climate issue.
Outros pontos bastante interessantes, como, por exemplo, diretrizes, promover a restauração da Mata Atlântica do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, que é um dos biomas nacionais que são tutelados pela Constituição, que existe aqui no Estado do Rio de Janeiro. E, para isso, tem o Fundo da Mata Atlântica, que é um fundo destinado à compensação ambiental, justamente, e aí na questão climática de mitigação, ela ajuda para evitar a perda líquida da biodiversidade. Por isso que a doutrina fala hoje em dia na compensação, primeiro, a abordagem da hierarquia da mitigação. Se evita impactos, depois minimiza, depois recupera e só então
If you avoid impacts and you compensate this in the principle of...
And this is a net loss to prevent biodiversity loss. And 7th article also says that licensing demands businesses with greenhouse effect gas emission must present an inventory of their emission and a mitigation plan and compensation measures. And it also foresees that the environmental body can demand or neutralize these emissions. And a last point here is for public hiring with the intention to promote a low carbon economy. So, for example, civil construction, we have introduced in the catalogs for public bidding a sustainable list of material for construction in this state law with measures for the mitigation and also adaptation. And talking about sustainability criteria, it's also important to mention Decree 43629 of 2012 that discusses environmental sustainability when hiring. And as you all know, these criteria can be present in different phases that are technical qualification, the judgment of proposals, or in the development of the contract. And when it comes to judging the proposals, Article number 10 foresees environmental criteria and the possibility for them to have an objective moment for untying proposals and implementing voluntary programs that are in conformity with state politics about climate change. So what else can a public attorney help with climate issues? Well, it might help with funds that are both public and private. To mention just a few examples, another activity for public attorneys would be to meet legality in public administration. So it's really up to us to control that legality via judicial advisory. And we can see, for example, whether these companies that should mitigate and lower their CO2 emission and care for the forests and native vegetation, restoration of degraded areas, and many other points. And a third point that can be mentioned here is the negotiation and prevention of climate litigation. So PGE has a mediation chamber and cancellation or transaction that's called CASCI. And it was established in 2021. And basically this institution understands these alternative means for resolution. They're very interesting for the prevention of litigation and also for the ending of litigation. And my last point is a judicial climate litigation that's strategic. And this legal strategy would be the case of creating social commotion and calling the attention of society. Obviously, it has its importance. And here we can, based on the material that my dear friend, Professor Julia Matuto, in October, we had a diagnosis of climate litigation here in Brazil, and we have 332 legal sets that are only behind the United States, and out of these actions, 38 were judged by the state. And we see that public attorneys have a very important role in climate litigation. And it's also important to mention that since 2018, our Supreme Court has determined that we needed to implement assertive measures to fight climate change. But I confess to you that when it comes to climate litigation, I don't think it's the best option, the best tool to solve climate change problems. I understand that litigation is important because, you know, these people need to understand if they do not comply with these norms, they might be, they might suffer the consequences, legal consequences. But here, many of these actions, they take about 20 years to be judged. They are judged by people that do not know environmental law. So it seems to me that in terms of climate, we should probably add, you know, financial advantages, blame and shame, opportunities. So there are very measurements that in terms of reputation and also financial that can contribute with climate change in a more efficient way. And we also have the state of Pará, for example, they created this seal for sustainable companies. And one of the technologies that they have here is clean energy and also the clean carbon market seems to me that are appropriate. That's basically it that I wanted to share with all of you. And thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you, Rafael, for this brilliant lecture. And the next speaker is Leonardo, please. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank for the invitation from Professor Rômulo Sampaio and congratulate FGV, Pace University. This has been a very tough logistics, really. It's being transmitted virtually from different places, and it is a huge pleasure for me to be part of this panel with David Cassudo. This is a person that I have known for quite some time, and he participated in some projects that we've had, and also Rafael Dauch. And I'd like to share with you a little bit of my experience as a public attorney. Currently, I am the INEAS public attorney, and the Public Prosecutor's Office of Rio de Janeiro is contributing with its adaptation and mitigation for climate change. And Public Attorney's Office is fundamental for justice, and we have these two main roles of consultancy and also a litigational action in courts. Now, about this contentious actions, it's important to understand our roles in terms of climate change laws, because many of the times these policies will receive some sort of legal editing. They will have a legal instrument involved there, and many of the times this legal instrument is questioned in courthouses, courtrooms. So especially when it comes to Brazil, that we have this hybrid system that any judge can, in a concrete case, consider one law to be unconditional, So there's a difference from the American system because we have this control that's concentrated, and the ones that fight for the constitutionality of the law is the public attorney. So just an example, here in the state of Rio de Janeiro, we have this environmental compensation that is called energy compensation. So every power plant that uses fossil fuel or coal in the state of Rio de Janeiro, they need to create a program for energy efficiency or develop some sort of sustainable and renewable energy project, and to stimulate energy transition. And so the economic sector has questioned that in our court, and we fought for the big question here was that it was instituted by a decree. It was a unilateral act from our governor. And so the state attorney's general's office said, no, I'm not going to get into the legal details, but the fact is that the state attorney general's office had this very successful action. And also for subcompensation, we avoid litigation at its most. And climate change policies depend on the emission of greenhouse gas and other types of gases as well that contribute for global warming. And they have stations that monitor the quality of air. And I participated in a meeting in Brasilia, and I was surprised with the report because the state of Rio de Janeiro is by far the one that has air quality monitoring stations. We have over 150 stations. The second state is São Paulo with 76 air quality monitoring stations. So why this discrepancy? Because the state of Rio de Janeiro, we have as a mandatory thing for environmental licensing that are given to these companies, funding and for construction and maintenance of these monitoring stations. So the state is demanding these companies to pay for their damage. And in the Secretariat of the Environment, there was a questioning from this company saying that the environmental compensation should be in the federal law, approved by our congressman. And I had the same understanding of PGE. I understood that that was not wrong. And also because we've had a president of the Justice Court, we were able to fight for a combat policy to climate change in a technical way with a judicial reason. And another role that public attorneys have is the self-contention of judiciary. That's an important point because climate policies, they depend on an institutional design that is sometimes a very sensitive choice. They will face many challenges in terms of social interests, economic interests, and so many of the times we need to avoid a volunteer actions of judges. We have this famous case in Rio Grande do Sul, in the city of, I forgot the name of the city, but they have these hydroelectrical power plants, and they had a license to function, to work. And for those that are not familiar with Brazilian environmental law, an environmental licensing in Brazil happens in different paces. So we have a previous decision that approves that a project for them to build that up, and then they have an operation license. So this thermoelectric power plant, they received funds from the market to build that power plant. And after it was all built up, when it was going to start operating, they already had the operation license, and then a judge has suspended that license because he said that the license should have a mitigation plan for climate change. And then I question them, is that really the role of judiciary? We end up creating these situations. For example, Rafael, even though they have great intention, they have a generalist understanding, and they end up punishing one person instead of understanding a more broad context. So that's very dangerous. And the case of Rio Grande do Sul, the state attorney general office changed that decision in the federal court of the 4th region. And so here you see the role of public attorney to have that self-contention. And that is being fostered by the judiciary power here in Brazil. And they have already agreed that interventions in public policies must have a subsidiary character. So if you have a public policy, even though it's not the best one, the judiciary has to have a very important for these political instances. We've had a very famous case of DPF 360, and a lot of things needed to be disclosed to understand the deforestation process of the Amazon forest. And they're saying that the federal government has public policies. It might not be the best one, but exists. So they had this self-contention posture. And so we have the contentious actions in the court. There is this trend really to remove litigation, environmental litigation from the judiciary and put that in mediation, because it is said that the conciliation chambers and mediation chambers will help the judiciary, but I don't think that's really the case. But it will probably give a lot more credibility for environmental law. I have a practical case here. It happened to me here in the mountainous region of Rio de Janeiro, Petrópolis and Nova Friburgo. That is a region that constantly suffer with flooding. In 2022, there was this catastrophe. Over 200 people died because of landsliding. And in Petrópolis, one of those cities, they had a public civil action that because of the climate events in 2022, this judge grabbed the process, and they have conceded a decision that would actually have a penalty for the president, for INEA, for the governor, And one of the interventions that were very complex, one of those options was to rebuild a tunnel that this would be extremely complex, and he has determined that the state should do that in 180 days. And so the state general attorney, I said that I was going to rebuild my small apartment. It took me more than 180 days. And so it's not feasible to have that process done in 180 days.
One of the judges, one of the appellate judges, said, okay, won't there be any agreement? So yes, we can make an agreement. And then we started a process of negotiation. And then we had an agreement. But with the work plan, with the timeline, with the governance rules, and now the tunnel is being constructed. So this is something that is happening already. So that decision in 180 days, it's not that it generated only a stress for those who were the target of a personal fine, but that was an undoable action, because the judiciary, there is no locus for the realization of extremely complex public policies. So it does not happen in the complex situations. There is an iconic case in Rio de Janeiro that one of the largest environmental compensations in the history of the country was because of a conduct adjustment term and a settlement that was between the state of Rio, the INEA, and Petrobras, and the prosecution in the state of Rio. This settlement made viable a program that is called Forest of Tomorrow. If you Google it, you will see that you have a lot of materials about that. And this is for the plantation of native vegetation. There are two biomes, the Amazon and the Atlantic forest. Today, we talk more about the Amazon biome, but I have no doubt the most threatened one is the Amazon biome. All the extractivist cycles in Brazil was in a region that the Amazon forest, but when the Europeans arrived here in 1500, the Amazon forest that impressed them because of the biodiversity of fauna and flora. And today it is an extremely threatened forest because it is located in the most occupied region in Brazil. And there is only one biome that is the Atlantic forest. And it's increasing the coverage of vegetation. Today, there are 32% of the forest has the forest coverage, and we can increase that for 40%. How does that start? Through a settlement of a development from Petrobras, that is an oil and gas company, a state-owned Brazilian state oil gas company called the Petrochemical Complex of the state of Rio. Now I think it has a different name, but it is a complex in the municipality in the north of Rio, that municipality of Itaboraí. But it is a complex with a natural gas processing unit. This is the idea. With plastic industry and petrochemical industry, it is a strategic industry and a strategic project for the state, but it is a project that was suspended because of a judicial decision that questioned, that suspended the effects of an environmental license. And then we made this negotiation with the prosecutors' offices that started in an environmental compensation for different areas that amounts for 1 billion reais. For the planting of vegetation, it's something around 500 million reais that is funding this program that is ambitious. And all of this was made possible through a negotiation and an extrajudicial negotiation in an environmental concern. So that's why it's important to solve the things outside of the judiciary. David, you have to control my time because I'm giving a lot of examples and I'm lost here. So when my time is up, you let me know, please. There are other examples here because there is a consultancy issue that is really relevant. The role of judicial bodies. Some attorneys are in different secretaries in the agencies and including in the environmental agency that makes possible all the public policies because everything depends on the legal framework. For example, the case of Acre, the state of Acre created a jurisdictional carbon credit generation program that is called Isocarbono. Acre is in the north of the country. Almost 92% of the territory is comprised by the Amazon forest, and the jurisdictional process transforms all of that coverage into projects for the generation of carbon credits. The states sell these carbon credits for the European market and funds the owners that keep the standing forest through the payment for environmental services. So it is a method of command and control, but it is a sanction for the owner to keep this legal obligation. And all of the design of this policy, I have 2 minutes, okay. And all of this was done along with the Attorney General's Office of the Environment, Secretary of the State of Acre. Here in Rio, we have another case that the state of Rio was a pioneer in the of what we call the remote cautelar embargo, something like that. And when we have a deforestation action, we can identify where the deforestation is being held, is being taking place. There is a program in the state called Eyes in the Green, and there is a certain adoption of a measure of a law enforcement that is called embargo. And then we regulated that, and we have to talk to the INEA Attorney General's office, and the owners of the area that is embargoed has to defend themselves. And how do we bring effectiveness to this measure? We have to communicate the financial institutions. There is a rule of communication of the central bank and BNDES, so there is no financing of the deforestation. And there is a communication with the notary public's office. And all of this design was along with the Attorney General's Office of the Rio. And this modeling depends on this technical reading. There are other examples, but I don't think I will have time to speak here. But these are all illustrative examples of the relevance of the role of the Attorney General's office in facing the climate change, and that requires from the public attorneys in a proactive conduct, in a creative conduct, but totally different from the manager that was elected to develop public policy, including the climate policy. Thank you very much. Thank you, Leonardo, for the important words.
In New York at Pace, for your thoughts. Can you hear me, Mackenzie?
Okay, sorry about that. I'm unmuted now. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak on behalf of the youth. I'll keep my commentary brief, as I know we're a little over time. I just have to say thank you to the panelists. It's great to hear about how important the role of the public attorney is, and what's been going on in Brazil with your work. I have to admit that had you asked me before this semester about my desire to become a public attorney after law school, I think I would have felt a little bit discouraged, just because, as we heard in this panel, it is up to the states. And being in the United States, in a country where our current administration is promoting climate change deniers, it can feel a little bit intimidating being a second-year student in law school here, learning about the battle that we have ahead of us. But I just want to say that throughout this conference, the emphasis on the youth involvement in the advisory opinions, and as we heard in the last panel, the IUCN motions that have been successful at this past Congress, it's rejuvenating to hear, and to my desire to go and enter this field because of the work that we've accomplished, and knowing that it started with a lot of youth voices being amplified. I also just wanted to say that yesterday, during our debrief with Professor Robinson after the closing statements, we sat, a few students and I sat around a table with Professor Robinson, and he looked at us and he said, "The fight is on." And that gives me hope, especially with these recent advisory opinions, that there is action happening and there's action to happen in the future. And it feels like my classmates and I are joining the fight at the right time. So with science being at the forefront of this conference, with the encouragement of hearing more Indigenous people's voices, and with the continued drive of the youth, I look forward to getting to enter into the public sector, hopefully after graduation, and the work that is happening and will continue to happen. I'm excited to be a part of it. Thank you.
That's wonderful news, Mackenzie. The public sector needs you. And yes, it's true. When you sit around with Professor Robinson, you feel like you can do anything. And that is also how I feel when I listen to two such outstanding representatives of the state of Rio de Janeiro. It gives you hope, makes you understand that the fight is indeed on. And with that, I bring this panel to a close and look forward to the next. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor David Cassuto, Dr. Leonardo Quintanilha, and Dr. Rafael Daudet for the invaluable thoughts and the speech here. So thank you for the participation. I would like to introduce the other panel, our fifth panel for today of this conference. They will address here about bar associations and lawyer ensuring that climate duties are fulfilled. This panel will be moderated by Belém, Professor Atinti Vitanhaque. So sorry, I don't know how to spell correctly your name, so the pronunciation, sorry for the pronunciation of your name, from Pace Law School. I would like to invite here in Rio, Letícia Perrone, to take the city here, and Professor Dr. Flávia Medi to take the city here in Rio de Janeiro. Professor Atinti, thank you one more time. The floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. All right. While we wait for Letícia and Flavio to join everyone in Rio on the stage, I'm just going to give some opening remarks first. Well, boa tarde to you all. It's I'm back again, but this time I've turned on my hat as a moderator for this one. We have a large panel here today, so we will be moving very quickly through these panelists. And I want to reflect back again on something that Professor Nicholas Robinson said in his closing remarks. He talked about what it means for the ICJ advisory opinion to have created this mandate for us all, and what that means for the legal profession itself. There is now a legal and civic imperative on us, and that's really taking the words from the program for today, for these 2 days. Now, while I would suggest that this imperative arose when the science became really clear to us that climate change is caused by humans, was leading us to this state of climate emergency, the ICJ advisory opinion, I would say now, has put that beyond doubt. So what does that mean for the legal profession? And what does that mean for the community of law associations and societies around the world? I would say it is a call to action, right? So fortunately for us, a few bar associations and law societies kind of got ahead of the game, and they started developing policies, programs, task forces, commissions that really encourage, or they invite, or they teach, and sometimes even mandate their members to be climate conscious, to be climate competent, and sustainability driven in their legal practice. Now, what does it mean to be climate conscious? So Chief Justice Brian Preston of the New South Wales Land and Environment Court back in Australia in a 2021 article described climate conscious lawyering as an active awareness of the reality of climate change and how that intersects and interacts with the daily legal problems that we face as lawyers. But then what does it mean to be climate competent? Now, this is the extension of climate conscious lawyering to the ethical duties and professional expectations and competencies that are expected of lawyers. Law societies are beginning to revisit their professional codes of conduct, and they are finding that with the increasing awareness and knowledge of climate risk, what we're also seeing is a professional duty of care to advise, to warn and disclose climate risk while providing legal advice is emerging, right? This idea is now emerging. But then what does it mean to be a sustainability lawyer? Well, this is even more encompassing, right? Because the environmental issues that we face today goes beyond climate change, even though our focus here is on climate change. So sustainability lawyering is broader than that. It's more encompassing, and it is inclusive of what we would say is climate lawyering as well. Now, is this kind of lawyering only limited to environmental and energy lawyers? No, and absolutely not. Professor Nicholas Robinson mentioned yesterday that every legal field, tax, corporate, business, whatever, is now being called to action. And the US Special Envoy for the Climate, John Kerry, back in 2021, he addressed the American bar. And he said, you are all climate lawyers now, whether you want to be or not, right? And the American bar is a bar full of all different types of lawyers in all different fields. Now, this might seem like a daunting task, to convince your own law associations to meaningfully embed these ideas of climate conscious lawyering or climate competent lawyering, but it need not be that daunting, because today we have gathered a panel of speakers from various bar associations and law societies from around the world to show how this can be done, and based on that, how it has already been done. Okay, and so with that, we're going to start off with our first speaker here. We have Maggie Paul, who is from the American Bar Association, and she's also an attorney with Holland and Knight in Washington, D.C.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me. So as Professor Achinthi said, I am here representing the American Bar Association. I'm also in Belém this week as a delegate of the American Bar Association at COP30. And it is an honor to be able to represent an organization that has really been a leader in carving out what it means to be a lawyer and our duties and obligations as it relates to climate and sustainability. So I'd like to take my limited time to just talk a bit about some of the initiatives of the American Bar Association that have been passed in the past few years. So in 2019, ABA Resolution 111 was adopted at the annual meeting, urging all levels of government and the private sector to take decisive actions to address climate change. This set a net zero emissions goal. It encouraged and facilitated the American Bar Association maintaining active participation in UNFCCC negotiations. It encouraged Congress to enact laws using market-based tools and other strategies to reduce emissions. And it supported communities dependent on carbon-intensive economies in a just transition. It also focused on the role of lawyers in the climate crisis. It encouraged pro bono work and for lawyers to advise their clients on climate-related risks and opportunities. This resolution really underscored the urgency of climate action and the legal profession's role in advancing solutions. In 2024, just last year, ABA Resolution 513 went a step further on the topic of sustainable development. It reaffirms the ABA's longstanding commitment to sustainable development and integrates UN Sustainable Development Goals into legal practice. By urging lawyers to learn about sustainability and advise clients, and supporting embedding sustainability principles into law and policy. Additionally, as part of the resolution, ABA pledged to provide tools and guidance for lawyers to incorporate sustainability into their practice and their work if they're environmental lawyers or not. So as Professor Achinthi said, we are all climate lawyers. As a result of the 2019 resolution, ABA created a climate change task force, and it focuses on coordinating participation in UN climate conferences such as COP30. So the American Bar Association has sent delegations since the creation of the Climate Change Task Force, and it encourages collaboration with international bar associations like the other panelists here today. So thank you very much, and I'm very excited to hear about all the other bar associations initiatives.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Maggie. And Maggie just finished on this important point about bar coalitions, how we've been coming together with several different bars continuously over time, over the past 3 COPs at least. And we're again also going to have an event at this COP to do that. So this is a great point also to now transition to the International Bar Association and to hear from Stephen Richmond, who is the chair of the Bar Issues Commission for the IBA. So Stephen, if you are online, please join us.
Yes. Can you hear me or see me?
The IBA has been doing.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yes,
can you hear me?
You, but we do not see you yet. There you are.
Well, that's okay. I have to apologize. Yeah, just 15, 20 minutes before I had to come on, we had a fire drill in our building. So I had to evacuate. I lost internet connection, and I'm sitting in my car on my phone. So apologies for this. That's not how I wanted to make the presentation. But as you say, I am chair of the Bar Issues Commission. Within the American Bar Association, I also had been the ABA representative to the United Nations and currently chair its Center for Human Rights. So I view the bars and my multiple hats in a way to coordinate our activities and basically take ideas from one to the other and try to build a unified approach to this. The International Bar Association is a voluntary bar. It has country members, country bar members, as well as individual members. And my remit within the Bar Issues Commission is to focus on issues of concern to the bars. And picking up on your comment that we're all climate change lawyers now, climate lawyers, the same thing. Whatever is of concern to the lawyers needs to be of concern to the bars. So what we have done has been to focus on the mission of educating people as well. We did have a presidential statement on this. In 2020, the IBA released a climate crisis statement, which was a declaration encouraging lawyers to take climate conscious approach to their practice. And among other things, that statement encouraged lawyers to advise clients on risks and liabilities associated with climate-related activities, supporting disclosure of climate risks to stakeholders, engaging in dispute resolution on a pro bono or reduced fee basis, and leading by example by reducing their own environmental footprint and otherwise promoting sustainable workplace practices. Since then, we've work through our expert committees and conferences to, again, promote the message and get across the idea that we are all involved. About in September, on behalf of the IBA, I participated, for example, in our Africa Regional Forum in Johannesburg, South Africa, and we had several panels on this, including one that I participated in, talking about recent activity in the United States, relying on state constitutions to enforce rights of people to a healthy environment and also address climate change. We also have addressed capacity building around the UNFCCC process, including the annual Climate Law and Conference Day Symposium. I'd also like to note that we work to promote climate competency among bars and law societies. We are doing a program in Belém and encourage you to attend. We're working with the ABA as well as the Brazilian Bar Association. Among other things that we do to promote competency among the bars is hold various webinars and roundtable discussions at our annual meetings. We've had online activity, and what we have done as well is formed a working group within the International Bar Association, generally under the umbrella auspices of the Bar Issues Commission, but trying to gather together those within the Bar Association doing substantive work, as someone mentioned before, across all types of practice areas. So with these roundtables and with this awareness and with this educational function, we feel we are delivering upon, the original statement and mission that was made previously. We do have a registry of organizations, so that they can see the work done by others. And as I've mentioned, I was keenly impressed by folks like Emily Morrison and others in our IBA who really wanted us to have
groups that address this. I guess that beep was my time, so I will stop there. But I just wanted to reinforce that this is a priority for us in the IBA and the Bar Issues Commission, and we will continue as I've described. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. And I'm so sorry that you had to go through an evacuation just before having to join us. But I appreciate your commitment, because that's the type of commitment we need to climate change, right? All right.
Actually, the beep that I just heard was my car radio shutting off. So I'm now just on my phone here. So I'll do my best.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you for that commitment. Well, we're gonna one of the other things that that Stephen just mentioned was about, again, that bar commission that we have. And of course, since we're in Brazil, it's also important to highlight that the OAB, the Brazilian Order of Attorneys, is also part of that coalition. And so we have Leticia Peron Campos Melo from the Federal Council of the OAB to join us and tell us a little bit about what OAB has been doing at the federal level. And she's live in Rio.
Shinti for organizing this on behalf of Pace University, also to our host at FGV University. Would also like to say a big thank you to our distinguished audience. We have in person here Professor Marie Leclerc, Professor Marcus Gehring, and also my favorite climate Brazilian lawyer, Alessandra Lehmann. So thank you so much for being here in person. So I wanted to talk about OAB Federal Council. We are one entity with 27 chapters. So today I'm speaking of the work done by OAB Federal Council. We have made a clear message that climate crisis is not only an environmental or political issue, but a legal one, and that lawyers have a professional duty to address it. And this vision took place when OAB Federal Council approved a recommendation on the role of lawyers in the climate emergency, the first of its kind in Latin America. And I had the privilege of drafting this recommendation once I was the former president of the Committee for Defense of Sustainable Development, and later in a continued work with the International Relations Committee at OAB Federal Council. We submitted to our president, Beto Simonet, which was approved. And to explain to our colleagues from other bar associations, OAB has 1.4 million members. So to practice law in Brazil, you need to be affiliated to OAB. We have those 27 chapters, with each one has its own president, but it's one whole institution. The key affirmations of this recommendation, it guarantees, it talks about the ecological balance environment right, a right that creates duties for both state and society. The lawyers can play a role in ensuring commitments are fulfilled through law and policy. That the Paris Agreement is a ratified treaty on the Brazilian law. And later on, the Supreme Court of Brazil has equivalent the Paris Agreement to a human rights treaty. That every branch of OAB, federal or state, should act by monitoring public policies, promoting legal education on climate, and incorporating climate responsibilities into our professional ethics. That very important issue that OAB has prerogatives to challenge laws directly in high court, in state jurisdictions, and at the federal level in the Supreme Court itself. So also the recommendations advises OAB, federal chapter and state chapters to challenge laws that directly affects negatively the efforts to reduce greenhouse emissions. We've had active impact in global stage. We had continuous presence at the COPs since COP26, when we engaged with the American Bar Association, with the Law Society of England and Wales, and with the International Bar Association. And we have meetings throughout the year to prepare for side events at the Blue Zone at COPs and side events. At COP27, for example, we hosted a discussion featuring Justice Luiz Roberto Barroso, former president of the Brazil Supreme Court, on the judiciary role in protecting the climate. We are also part of the IBA Climate Registry, building bridges with other bar associations and exchanging best practice. Domestically, we've expanded our work through commissions on climate change, environmental disasters, human rights, and ESG. We have prepared in the federal level a special committee for COP30, led by Savio Barreto, who is the president of OAB chapter in Pará. Pará is the state where Belém is and where COP is happening. We have on the 20th of November, inside of the Blue Zone, an event together with the IBA and the American Bar Association, where we discuss how lawyers can, through pro bono and beyond, advance climate mitigation and adaptation. But we do have a lot of work to do. So some of the next steps include expanding climate literacy for lawyers across all areas of practice, strengthening international cooperation through the IBA's climate registry, and especially supporting women's leadership inside OAB and outside in climate decision-making, because of the diversity strengthens legitimacy. In short, OAB message is clear: climate law is now part of the core mission of the legal profession. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Leticia. That was quite a shopping list of things that the OAB is doing. But you know, we started talking all about the federal bars. I want to also mention with the Law Society of England Wales, they came out with climate change guidance. Also in Australia, the Australian Council also came out with climate change guidance, and this guidance is meant to again give help all lawyers who are part of the profession in those countries to identify how they can actually, you know, very concretely consider climate change in the work that they do. So we talked about the federal level. Now let's hop down to the state level. So we have Flavio Ahmed, who is part of the Rio State Bar Association, to tell us a little bit about what the state bar in Rio is doing. And Flavio is in Rio.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas, uma satisfação poder estar aqui em mais
Good
esse evento.
afternoon, everyone. It is a huge pleasure to be here in this event, international event organized by FGV and PACE. I'd like to thank Dr. Romulo Sampaio for this invitation and for this initiative to create a panel and gathering really all of these amazing lawyers and attorneys, Dr. Alessandra as well, that had so many challenges during the tragedies in Rio Grande do Sul, and say that the role of the bar institutions have this structure, and the presidency that we have in the Federal Council has its representation in all 27 states. And I am the president of the Environmental Council here in Rio de Janeiro for over 20 years. So I do have quite a few examples to tell you of what we have been doing and what we are still doing in our committee. Because these environmental law committees, they started because of ECO 92. It was implemented in 1992. The year of ECO 92, we understood it was necessary to have these committees of the environment as permanent committees in the bar associations, because this is fundamental right. And so the importance to have the knowledge for that cause is important, and all of the resolutions that we had about that topic. And here in Rio de Janeiro, we started in January 1992, and we created a series of attributions for the state committee here in Rio de Janeiro, and also creates a duty that is an important point to be mentioned. It's really a differential here in our bar order, that it creates committees in every city in Rio de Janeiro. And I think I'm going to start with the end, because we're discussing climate. And when we talk about climate, we're talking about effectiveness of environmental law. And the big difference thing here that I think we have at OAB is that we are an army of lawyers that are committed to the law. And as we qualify, as we train the lawyers for the city committees, we have these subsessions, and we empower these lawyers because they can effectively be the first judge of that cause. They are the ones that will provide with best advice and best practices to prevent and implement the principle of prevention in their day-to-day activities and corporate activities. So that's an important point to say regarding the day-to-day operations of the OAB. And I want to go back in time a little, and it will show a little bit of our actions that when I took over for the first time, I had a dream really to discuss all important issues in OAB. We would hold these seminars, public seminars. We would have like 500 people from the Bar Association to discuss these topics. And to my surprise, I was able to see that environmental law, and after a few years of mention, and it was still something unknown to most lawyers. And I think that started in 2007 when I was able to start showing that cause. And in a certain way, people were looking for OAB, and lawyers were looking for OAB to get to know environmental law a little better. And we have reached a point that is teaching teaching about environmental law. We have this important course that became a book, and before Zoom existed, we have created a system of teleconferences to start broadcasting this course to lawyers in smaller cities in Brazil. And this course was then claimed to be taught at INEA. We held 6 editions of that course, training their officers and their actions as police, environmental police officers. And parallel to that, that engages people and create this synergic effect, these students start learning environmental law and have a different scope in their actions, and to participate in the legislative process and lawmaking process, participating in discussions that will effectively change our law plans. In the Federal Council, I know that Professor Leticia, I've had the privilege to work there for 3 terms, and the participation also here in Rio de Janeiro, it's my colleague here, like said, there was really like an accomplishment that Dr. Rafael back then was a prosecutor, and he was a secretariat of the environment here in Rio de Janeiro, and OAB has claimed for that chair, where we had many discussions about regulation of CONEMA. That is an important environmental agency. We also have our representation in the Amazon Fund, where we discuss the destination of important projects to be able to fund environmental protection projects. And I emphasize a lot in the environment because we are talking about the climate. We're talking about forests. We're talking about cities. Rio de Janeiro, for example, recently has had its main plan.
Excuse me, Flavio.
Oh, sorry. Eu vou caminhar para o final. As duas.
Okay, so sorry, I'm heading towards the conclusion. And we have created work groups and many bills that resulted in a lot of effectiveness to our city. I'd like to thank the participation and apologize if I exceeded my time. And I am at your disposal to talk about this later on.
Thank you so much, Flavio. And I'm sorry that I had to interject, unfortunately, because we have so many panelists. I'm trying to make sure that everyone gets their say. But thank you for telling us all about what Rio State Bar is doing. And I want to now turn to a different country, in Peru, for instance. This comes back from like 2 years ago. I visited Peru, and I had talked a little bit about some of the work that bar associations were doing. And my colleague, the Dean of Scientifica Law School, Andres Dulanto here, was completely taken by the idea and worked very hard along with his colleagues, Helmut, to kind of bring something along these lines to Peru and the bar associations there. So I'm going to turn it over to Andres to tell us a little bit more about his story there.
Well, thank you, Achinti. Thank you, everyone, this amazing panel. And of course, all of you that have come here. To start 2 years ago, when we invited Chinti to our National Environmental Law Symposium in Lima, Peru, which is held by Universidad Científica del Sur. She did this amazing inaugural conference on environmental lawyering. That caught me the idea that we should do more from the university and academia to promote this sustainable behavior of lawyers. So in parallel, we held the next year the colloquium of the Environmental Academy of Environmental Law of the IUCN. So we set this goal to have by the July of 2025 to have the first resolution of a Peruvian bar about environmental lawyering. So we, the students of the Environmental Legal Clinic of Científica del Sur, directed by me in the past and now Professor Helmut Oliveira, prepare model resolution for bar associations in Peru. We knocked various different doors, and the one who responded was the Loreto Bar Association. Loreto is the biggest region in Peru, is the most known region of the Amazon in Peru. And we started to make this approach, and the dean of that bar association received us. He was very open to receive our recommendation, our model resolution. And it has a good finish, because when we held the colloquium this year in July, the Loreto Bar Association told us we are going to approve this. It was a really, really successful story, because we completed the circle traveling with Achinti, Professor David Casuto, the students from our Environmental Legal Clinic, and myself to Loreto to a study travel, which finished with the signature of the Dean of the Loreto Bar Association for this resolution. It's really amazing what the students, because the students did this report, they prepared it, and the Loreto Bar Association approved the resolution like 99% equal to the model that we provide. Some of the agreements and commitments they did is the responsible use of resources by the Loreto Bar Association, implementation of SDGs, environmental training, made assessment with an environmental and climate focus. Also to have pro bono cases in environmental law. Also coordination between academia, legal clinics to provide environmental training. And those are some of the commitments, and we are really happy to say that this is the first, but we also have achieved that the Arequipa Bar Association, which is the second region in population in Peru, it's in its way to approve another one. And we are also in conversations with the Lima Bar Association, which is probably the biggest in number of lawyers in Peru. So this is a happy story where academia, environmental clinic education, and lawyers bar of lawyers can achieve something that it's good for us lawyers, for every kind of lawyer, not only environmental lawyers. So that's our story with a happy ending.
And that is such a good story, Andres. I mean, my hope is that this kind of story will repeat itself across the world. And this is why we continue to do these kinds of events, especially also at the COPs as well, because we want to make sure that we tap into some of the different regional bars that are, because it's always in a different place. And so we hope to try and capture that in this process. All right, now we're going to move on to the city level. right? So we've had the federal, we've had the state, city. Now I'm going to turn it over to Professor Sam Bookman, who is with the Cyrus Vance Center for International Justice. And I want him to talk a little bit about how this center is connected to the New York City bar. And then what is the kind of work that you have been doing, and including everything you've done with the ICJ advisory opinion as well.
Fabulous. Well, thank you, Achinti. So as Achinti mentioned, I work for the Cyrus Vance Center for International Justice. So we're an initiative of the New York City Bar Association, established by the New York City Bar Association about 20 years ago. The New York City Bar Association, like many other bar associations, has a very strong culture of direct legal services and promoting pro bono support at the city level and at the state level. And it was decided at the time that it was time to create an initiative that focused on the international level. New York City is obviously a major hub for international legal services. Many firms, whether or not they are based there, have a presence there. So it provides a way for those services and those networks to be harnessed for international pro bono services. So what we do today is we work both as in partnership with our firms and with our partner firms and with our own in-house expertise to support unmet legal needs, primarily of civil society and NGOs in a range of different areas. And when the Cyrus Vance Center was founded, as you can imagine, climate change was not a major focus 20 years ago. Since then, that's become very much not the case. And what we've found in our work is that there is just enormous unmet need in terms of what pro bono legal services can provide in the context of climate change all across the world. If you're a criminal lawyer, there is unmet need for environmental rights defenders. If you're a transactional lawyer, there is unmet need in assisting communities with community benefits agreements and other arrangements with contracts that are placed in front of them that they don't always understand. If you're a litigator, there's enormous amount of work to do on renewable energy projects, on the obligations of states, on the obligations of corporations. And if you're an international lawyer, as we're now seeing, there's an enormous amount to do in the context of advisory opinions before international courts and tribunals. So the Vance Center over the last few years has made this a focus of our work. For instance, we created an important knowledge base mapping out which states in the world have recognized a right to a healthy environment, which was cited by the International Court of Justice as evidence of the proliferation of that right. We've directly represented parties before the Inter-American Court's advisory opinion and the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, several UN special rapporteurs. And we're currently in the process of representing both UN special rapporteurs and civil society organizations before the African Court of Human and People's Rights. And I can tell you there is enormous unmet need in that context to help both civil society and states have their voices heard in the African court process. So this is just to say, in our experience, there is just an enormous amount of work out to do there. And one thing lawyers can do is look to their pro bono commitments, be proactive in seeking out those kinds of opportunities and processes through which they can apply their unique expertise and skill to solving some of these problems.
Wonderful, thanks, Sam. So there's definitely a story here about everyone as lawyers individually looking for those pro bono opportunities, but then at the same time, we also have the opportunity, what bar associations can do, because you can also provide these opportunities for pro bono work, make it as easy as possible for lawyers to take on that work. And so I encourage more bar associations to think about if it's not something that you can do within, enable a center like the Vance Center to do stuff like that.
Or work with us.
Or work with the Vance Center. So again, all of these presentations that you're hearing, we can connect you with the resources that all of these associations have put out. The Climate Registry is one of them. It's already available online. It's very easy. But of course, we're also happy to be a conduit for any kind of collaboration that you might like to see in the future, or to even learn how was it done. Tell us how it was done, and we are more than happy to help you out there. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to our youth commentator for today, Samuel Fonseca de Carvalho. He's a PACE graduate and is also a staff intern with GCELS, or the Global Center for Environmental Legal Studies. But he's also a member of the American Bar. And I'll turn it over to Sam to tell us a little bit about what he thinks from a youth perspective.
Thank you, Professor. Hello, everybody. Boa tarde. Well, I'd like to talk a bit and discuss about how can youth and young lawyers can actually engage in climate action. And because of that, I'm going to really talk about 3 points that I think they're like valuable points. First one, I think, as you can see, you could engage with your bar association. You have amazing people, incredible people who do work with environmental law, climate change, and just like having this connection with people that are just as passionate as you to make some positive change. You know, you can see the amazing work that they're doing. So really like engaging with them. That's what I'm doing. As Professor Titanegay mentioned, I am part of the American Bar Association as well, and we have webinars. Meg is also the co-chair of the ESG committee, and we just have events. We connect people, and then really have this kind of educational part as well to be up to date with what's going on, the currently climate legal framework. So that will be the first one, really engage with the Bar Association. Second one, I'll tell, it's education and knowledge sharing. I think young lawyers really can play a major role in spreading the word. Like, what is the current legal framework? How does it relate to business, clients, people? For instance, COP30 is ending like in 2 weeks. They're gonna approve a ton of documents. What do they actually mean? So you can write articles, you know, you can attend events, participate in panels, and I think that's what young lawyers could also contribute with. And the third one, which may be a tough one as well, but don't do the bad work for the bad people. What do I mean by that? Don't do work for slap suits or anti-ESG or environmental misleading practice. So really not contributing to this type of work for the bad people. So what do I mean by bad people? The people who don't want our climate and sustainability agenda to move forward, who really want to maintain things as they are now. And I know it can be hard sometimes, especially being a young lawyer. You have like financial pressures and people have loans to pay, you know, like you really just perhaps trying to find a job. But at the same time, and with all due respect to the most experienced lawyers here, we, the youth, we are going to suffer and like bear the worst effects of climate change. So if we don't stand up for what's right, you know, and just say no to certain type of jobs and companies, I don't think, how are we ever going to expect our future to be better, you know? So, and there are some people who are actually doing this. In the US, I know the organization Students for Climate Accountability, I think, they do provide guidance on it. So some early career lawyers, they do talk to law firms and they negotiate kind of no fossil fuel clauses. So basically they're just stating that during their work in the law firm, they will not work for oil companies. They can do every type of work, but they cannot do like fossil fuel type of legal work. So, you know, those are the type of things that young lawyers are already doing in the world. And I think that's what we should do as well. Step in, you know, like that's our role as young environmental lawyers to really try to do the right thing. Thank you.
All right, some powerful comments from Sam. Thank you. I think given the time that we have, I'm going to do just the one question that we were going to have for everyone, and that is looking ahead. All right, looking ahead, what is one action that you would like to see the legal profession to take, to ensure that our climate duties are filled? And of course, you can take it however you like from the discussion that we've had so far, but just from your own perspective, what is one action that you would like to see happen? So we'll go in the same order that we started with. So I'll start with Maggie and so forth.
Just need to add a disclosure that this is my personal opinion and not that of the American Bar Association. But I would really like to see moving forward integrating the International Court of Justice's advisory opinions idea of there being a duty of states to address climate change. I believe the language that it contains is something along the lines of states having a duty to act with due diligence to prevent harm against the environment. And as legal professionals, we're very familiar with the term due diligence as it relates to our legal ethical obligations and our obligations to clients. So I think just exploring in the next few years what this advisory opinion means for the legal profession, what due diligence actually means, and integrating it into our legal systems.
Thank you, Maggie. All right, we'll turn it over to Steve. If everyone could take just 1 minute to respond, that would be great.
is the ethical obligations.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I would emphasize the ethical obligations that lawyers have in giving advice to clients, that they remember their role as legal advisors. ABA Model Rule 2.1 says that when you give advice to a client, you should couch it in terms of other issues and not relate purely to hard law. And I would think the importance of the ICJ-AO, as well as things like the ABA resolution encouraging lawyers to emphasize the UN guiding principles as well as sustainability goals in their advice is important. So my bottom line is bars should encourage lawyers to view on this within the realm of their professional obligations as part of their ethical duty as well, to give the full range of advice, including soft law, to put things in context. And that's a developing issue.
Thank you so much, Steve. I guess while Leticia and Flavio might come to the podium, I'm going to ask Sam.
So I want to, double down on what the other Sam said, and I think it takes some bravery to say it, but I think it's incumbent on the legal profession to think about our role and our connection to other professions that are driving some of the harm that we see in terms of climate change. We know that fossil fuels generate important business and revenue for the legal profession. That's true all over the world. But I think it's incumbent upon lawyers and firms who are serious about the transition to revisit the kinds of business that they're doing, and as Steve just said, to be thinking about the room that they have within their ethical obligations. In fact, even obligations themselves, to be having free and frank conversations with their clients that go beyond more traditional legal advising. I think we need to understand that the drivers of climate change are not abstract. They're very real, and they're very tied up with industries that use a lot of legal services, and we need to think about how we as lawyers interact with those other industries.
Thank you, Sam. I'll turn it over to Andres quickly, and then hopefully Leticia and Flavio will be right up behind them.
Well, I'm gonna go through the education. As law schools, we have a big obligation to make our students know from the field how the environment is changing and the commitments that they should have. At our law school, for example, environmental legal clinic is a mandatory subject. I don't know any other university in Latin America that is a mandatory subject. But even if it isn't, in the approach of the environmental law subject should be different, not only a theoretical approach, but a critical and also from the field approach. For example, let our students write reports and send, participate in advisory opinions, participate in with reports to the special rapporteurs of the United Nations on climate. For example, my students are doing for the final exam. It's not an exam. They are writing a report that they are sending to the special rapporteur on climate about climate and food, for example. So that should be something that we should take in consideration.
Fantastic. All right, Leticia and Flavio, over to you in Rio. If you could tell us in 1 minute, what do you think would be one act that you'd like to see happen?
Okay, so I'm also answering this question in a personal capacity. So my wish, and I think I'm working for this inside of OEB, is that OEB would integrate climate law education as being compulsory for the curriculum at universities. OEB has a say in universities and the curriculum that establish. So I think we should aim for this. So, lawyers can really fulfill their obligations and be climate competent. So it wouldn't be anymore a matter of being just vested, but also of being competent and not negligent towards clients and advising clients in all matters and transversal in all areas of law. So that's my wish.
Thank you, Leticia. Flávio.
A minha fala aqui, naturalmente, não é uma fala de...
And well, naturally here I'm not speaking on behalf of the OAB, but I would like to speak about the experience that I have. And what really excites me is that OAB is not just a class entity. It is fighting for the judicial order, and that basically needs the recognition of the formation process of many professionals. So a public attorney and this heterogeneity, it is undoubtedly part of the democracy that was so well established in OAB that makes our state so important in terms of environmental law, always preventive and protective, and always under the optics of heterogeneity and democracy. That's what I dream of. I dream of a type of law that will include all lawyers. And we have then democracy, and the OAB is a defender for all society, not only part of the society. And by doing that, it contributes to democracy and also for everything that was built in terms of climate protection, environmental protection. And that is how we advance with inclusion in such a diverse country like Brazil, and combining environmental protection and development, where society has a very important role, and OAB also has an important role towards the society.
Great. Thank you so much, Flavio. And to all the panelists, I think the one thing that I'd like to end this panel on is again, one of the topics that really resonated with me, obviously, as a professor, is the climate legal education piece. And I do want to flag for folks who think that too is something that should be done, because let's face it, why should we be asking the law associations and the bar associations to change and think about climate change if legal education itself is not changing at the same point, right? Why are we expecting them to, make that? But really, it's not a chicken and egg thing. We need to be doing it together. So one of the things that I want to just as a resource, and again, we talked about how we are all resources for you. Another resource that's going to be coming out from the American Bar, specifically in relation to education, is through the Sustainable Education Legal Task Force. We're going to be creating a website that has all these different examples of countries and universities in countries that have embedded either climate change or sustainability within their curriculums or within their institutional structure, and to help other countries and universities, in particular legal education universities, to think of what are the options and ways that which we can incorporate climate change and sustainability into their legal curriculum as a feature, like an embedded feature within it. And so I encourage you, reach back out to your alma mater, talk to your own university and ask them, question them, how are you including climate change in your curriculum? Just asking that question alone from the alumni will prompt them to think, oh, this is something that we should be thinking about. Prominent attorneys from our university is asking about this. So think about all these other ways that you can creatively influence the uptake of climate change legal education, but also climate change legal practice in the profession. All right, please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists today. Over to Emmanuel.
Of this panel, it was incredible speech here that we have from the bar associations and lawyers. So I would like to move forward to our next panel that will be moderated by Professor Barbara Brumble. I would like to say welcome, Professor Barbara.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Boa tarde a todos, wherever you may be. This panel, can you hear me, Emmanuel?
Perfect, Dr. Barbara.
Great. Should I just go ahead?
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. So our panel is all across the United States and Brazil. So I want to welcome all of the speakers and the participants, as well as my panel speakers. I personally am in Maine, in the northeast of the United States. One of our speakers is in California. 3 are in Belém. I'm not at all sure where they are, but I hope that they have managed to connect. We are taking a bit of a different tack in this panel. It is discussing the topic of climate restoration. And what that means is the reality that in addition to reducing and eliminating climate change emissions as fast as possible and adapting to the rapid changes that are already underway, the world must face the fact that we're going to need to reduce the excessive amounts of legacy greenhouse gases that are already in the atmosphere. That means the emissions that are way above where they should be already. The impact of emissions are already dangerous and growing fast, as you all know, and probably will grow even more before net zero is achieved. The concept of carbon dioxide removal from the atmosphere is very different than reducing emissions, but both must be pursued. In fact, carbon dioxide removal likely cannot be effective unless new emissions are stopped. But on the removal front, some proposals are for industrial type machines that would separate carbon dioxide and other gases from the air or the water. And these are, so far at least, very expensive and would depend on major government subsidies. Other methodologies are more akin to biomimicry, using natural approaches to restore the climate. But any of these approaches would need to be deployed on a very large scale to be effective, and thus careful scientific testing and monitoring of pilot projects would be needed before proceeding. But there are barriers to even considering any of these approaches, since there are ethical values that are raised, and most important for today's side event, for the legal context of this discussion, is the question of who gets to decide whether to proceed with deployment and even with testing. Many communities might ask why they should trust technologies on a huge scale when it's technology that got us all into this mess in the first place. So to discuss this today, we have several experts in the relevant sciences and laws that are involved in the societal decisions that will be needed on whether, how, and when to deploy any of the carbon dioxide removal methodologies that may be developed and tested. I do have to apologize that we've had to shift around the order of our speakers that's in the program because of the many, well, 3 of them are in Belém, as I mentioned, and there are many other demands on their time and shifting schedules. And as I said, I'm not sure where they all are. Anyway, I hope that we're starting with Brendan Mackey. Brendan, are you available? Wave if...
Yes.
Okay, great. So Professor Brendan Mackey is the director of the Griffin Climate Action Beacon at Griffith University in Queensland, Australia. He has a PhD in plant ecology from the Australian National University. He has published many academic papers in the fields of climate change research, biodiversity, environmental science, and policy. He is a review editor for the upcoming IPCC 7th Assessment Report, specifically the Working Group on Impacts, Vulnerability, and Adaptation. Brendan, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I'm just wondering, can you see me? Because I can't tell if...
I see that your name is on the screen, but nothing else, if that's relevant.
Yes, well, I have my camera on, so I'm not sure why you can't see me. but
Go ahead
I
anyway.
just may have to proceed. You'll just have to hear my dulcet tones, if that's okay.
Thank you.
So, okay, well, thank you. Well, look, I have just a few brief comments to make because we have a number on the panel and there's a lot to discuss. But I'm an ecosystem scientist and a climate scientist in the sense that I deal with the whole Earth system. And my particular focus is on the interplay between the atmosphere and terrestrial ecosystems, and also the atmosphere and oceanic systems, both of which play a really vital role in the global carbon cycle, and hence, obviously, the climate change issue that we're talking about today. Now, so the perspective I bring is from what we have learned about Earth system science over the last 30 or 40 years. And that's been informed both by developments in global climate modelling, which started off looking at the weather, but then realised the climate's actually a function of Earth's net energy balance. And that also is a function of not just atmospheric physics, but atmospheric chemistry and the greenhouse gases that are in the atmosphere, carbon dioxide, water, other gases, and how they circulate through global biogeochemical cycles from the atmosphere to the land and from the atmosphere to the oceans, and over longer time scales through the geosphere as well. The other thing that's informed our understanding of climate change is systems dynamic theory. And here I will point to colleagues in the Massachusetts Institute of Technology who really led the way, and Donna Meadows, who really gave us some very good insights into how we need to be understanding Earth as a complex adaptive system. So, and a complex adaptive system has certain characteristics that distinguish it from a complicated system, such as a jet engine. A jet engine is certainly complicated. You and I might think it complex. I actually have a neighbour, he's a jet engine maintenance engineer, and he can actually take a jet engine apart and put it back together again. He knows exactly how to do that, what all the components are, and what the system will do when he puts it back together again. We can take it apart, put it back together. He'll know exactly what its performance will be. He can make adjustments and predict very accurately what those adjustments will do. He can do that because it's a simple system. In systems dynamic terms, it's not a complex adaptive system. Earth is not a simple jet engine, it's a complex adaptive system. What does that mean? Well, it has feedbacks, positive and negative feedbacks. You prod the system or have some intervention in the system, it can accelerate certain trends, or it can amplify them, or it can moderate them or dampen them. And in addition to these feedbacks, it has emergent properties which are not predictable from its constituent parts. Now, a jet engine has system level properties, but they're all predictable. We know it can get overheated. We know its engine efficiency can decrease. But Earth, the Earth system, has emergent properties that we simply can't predict. So when we think about managing or how we deal with the climate problem, the Earth comes with a warning sign: fragile, handled with care. And if you think about it, the current climate crisis comes from geoengineering, a planetary geoengineering experiment. And it's a case in point, is when you make a major geoplanetary scale intervention into a complex adaptive system, unpredicted things happen. So that, if you like, is an argument or why we need to be very, very careful when thinking about geoengineering solutions to the problem. So we have to have a really good understanding of what the problem is. And the problem is this: and I'm being optimistic here. You might have heard this morning that the global carbon report for 2025 has been released, and the carbon budget for 1.5 degrees, i.e. the amount of carbon we can continue to burn and emit into the atmosphere before we reach 1.5 degrees warming above pre-industrial levels, it's 170 gigatons of carbon, which is only 4 years worth of current emissions. So if we keep going as we are, in 4 years' time, we will cross the 1.5 degree threshold. But let's assume that that inspires everyone to action, and in the coming years or decades even, we eventually, well, let's say in the coming decades, we do actually limit global warming too close to 1.5 degrees. How do we do that? We do that by ending the use of fossil fuels for energy. So we stop using coal, we stop using gas, and we stop using coal, and we also end emissions from deforestation and degradation. We will then achieve this global net zero, which means that the atmospheric concentration of CO2 will have stabilized. It will have stabilized at a level that's way above what it was in pre-industrial levels around 1850, which is the normal reference year. What that means is we will have this increased level of radiative forcing compared to 1850. It's about 4 watts per meter squared, okay, because that's what's going on. The reason why we have more heat being retained, the measure of that is the radiative forcing factor. That's the additional incoming radiation, which once it's warmed the Earth, that extra heat energy is retained within the Earth system. Much of that, 90% of that, goes to actually heat the oceans. So the problem we will have once we have achieved net zero emissions by ending all anthropogenic sources of greenhouse gas emissions, we will have this elevated radiative forcing factor of about 4 watts per meter squared, which will continue to have climate change effects, in particular sea level rise, for centuries to come. So in that context, there is an argument, once we have achieved net zero emissions in terms of anthropogenic emissions, there is certainly a need to start looking at, is there a way we can remove more carbon from the atmosphere to reduce the radiative forcing factor so that it's closer to what it was pre-industrial levels, because that will prevent further ongoing climate impacts. So this is definitely a research problem that warrants research, but it warrants a particular kind of research. It warrants careful long-term research. The problem is a problem of the global commons. The atmosphere is part of the global commons. It's a matter of global concern. It affects all people in all countries and all future generations. So it's a problem that needs to be investigated through a very well-designed, globally coordinated research framework and agenda, a research agenda, that I would argue from a governance point of view needs to be overseen by an international UN body. It's not the kind of problem that can be served through bilateral or private experimentation. Failure to do that, failure to, I think, recognise that the nature and scale of the problem requires a particular kind of research and a particular form of governance. The risks are very, very.
Brendan, did we lose you? Uh-oh.
Hello, can you hear
Brendan,
me?
are you back? We lost you there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Hello?
go right ahead. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, well, this is my concluding point that, you know, the failure, well, we need to recognise that there will be a problem once we've got to net zero. And so we do need to investigate this. But if we fail to recognise the nature of the problem, the very special kind of research challenges represents, and the need for global governance, then the risks are huge. In fact, I would argue they're existential. And when we have an existential risk, it's actually legal. It's actually illegal by definition, because I know I'm at a legal conference. And I refer here, I was reminded of this, or this was brought to my attention by my wife, Dr. Nicole Rogers, who's a professor of climate law at Bond University in Australia, that the IJC made an advisory about nuclear weapons some time ago, where one of the judges said that that nuclear weapons, because they represent an existential threat, are illegal by definition. So I think that, you know, unless we take the appropriate care and long-term vision needed to look at planetary geoengineering, it will become an existential risk in itself, and therefore would be illegal by definition. So thank you very much. I'll stop there. I'm sorry if my presentation's been a bit spotty, but I'm in the blue zone and it's very noisy. So thank you very much, Barbara. Back to you.
Thank you, Brendan. We saw you for the last 2 minutes, so that was successful.
Oh, well, there you go.
Great.
Okay.
So I understand you have to go on to other appointments, and we won't expect you in case we have any questions at the end. Thank you.
I can stay for the next two presentations. That's fine.
That's it. Okay, got it. Thank you so much, Brendan. And we're now going to turn to Dr. Kilaparti Ramakrishna. He is currently the Senior Advisor to the President and the Director of both the Ocean and Climate Policy and Marine Policy Centers at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution in Massachusetts in the United States. For many years, he had key positions in the UN system, including in the Green Climate Fund, and he was Principal Policy Advisor to the Executive Director of UNEP, and he was a lead author of the 5th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. He has a bachelor's degree in science and law, and both master's and PhDs in international law. Rama, can we find you on here?
Well, I'm here, Barbara. Can you hear me?
There you go. Yes, perfect. And you have a very nice picture of Woods Hole behind you.
Indeed.
So go right ahead.
The choice is between that or stacks of water bottles that are on both sides of me. So I choose this. So,
very good choice.
Barbara, first of all, I want to thank you and the organizers for hosting this important conversation. But I do want to apologize for shifting the program around, and also apologize in advance that I have to leave at the conclusion of my remarks. I'm really sorry about that, because I really wanted to be part of not only the conversation, but also answer questions and answers. But with that, let me say, Barbara, the way you started your remarks is right on. You know, our challenge is, first and foremost, reducing emissions from burning greenhouse, fossil fuels, something that the member countries have agreed very well. But as a study that is released today said, the emissions are at their highest today than ever before. And that is not good. You know, we've been at it, this is the 30th conference of the parties. And if all that we have to say for all the progress is that, well, if this is not there, if this convention is not there and these conferences are not taking place, we would be in much worse situation. I mean, that is not good enough, place to start. So the question then is, what do we do about it? I'm fond of what the UN Secretary General says, that we need to try every solution that is at our disposal. And he cites that Hollywood movie that got the Oscars, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. So in that context, and also given the other speakers that we have, including my colleague Ken Disler, the question is about removing carbon from the atmosphere. And the next question, of course, is where do you store it? Now, we have quite a bit of work being done, the UN's recognition and whatnot, on removing carbon through terrestrial activities. So I'm going to focus my comments on the marine carbon dioxide removal. We have quite a bit
Someone
of
needs to
science.
mute their microphone.
We have
Emmanuel, I wonder, Rama, just one second. Emmanuel, do you have info on who needs to get muted? Uh-oh. We need some muting from the organizers.
It's the auditorium microphone.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Interesting. All right. Rama, back to you. Rama, you are on mute. That is not good. Nope, you're still on mute. Can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
I've done
Okay.
that. Wonderful. With the marine carbon dioxide removal is rapidly moving from the fringes of research into the mainstream of climate strategies. And I say this for the following reasons. When the Brendan can speak to this about IPCC and the seventh assessment, there was a lot of discussion amongst the governments to include this as something to be studied and reported back to the parties. That did not go through. So they came up with the idea of a special technical report on MCDR. And so that would move into that direction. So what I'm saying is that the conversation in the UNFCCC at least is moving from the fringes to more into, well, let's find out more about it. But as Brendan said, our international governance frameworks have not kept pace with it at all. The science is moving, we want more of that. And then, I'm sure, Ken will talk about that. But what I want to do is to say that until the time we have a proper governance system, we cannot have on wild without building public trust on what this is actually doing. In these meetings, Barbara and colleagues, I see a great deal of resistance to the techno-optimists. They say that why should we believe you, because you are the ones that are responsible for the problem that brought us this mess. Okay, now let me move to the Law of the Sea Convention very briefly. It is called the Constitution of the Ocean, but until the International Tribunal on Law of the Sea came up with its advisory opinion, carbon dioxide is not considered a marine pollutant in the context of the Article 192. And that happened now, and then so there is more of that. The question about CDR just doesn't appear in the convention anywhere, and the International Tribunal tried to deal with it basically by not dealing with it. It said, well, let's have punt this question to the London Convention and the protocol, and that they are the authorities on that subject. The BBNJ agreement, the biological jurisdictions, which received enough number of ratifications to enter into force, and the first COP is going to be next year, talks about environmental impact assessment. But again, that while that is considered a vital part of it, it doesn't really talk about the MCDR as such. So we have a number of gaps that are there. For example, we cannot take what worked on land in terms of the carbon removal through terrestrial mechanisms and apply them lock, stock, and barrel to the ocean. We need a new governance structure that is scientifically based, ethically consistent with what we would like to see happen, and so on. The London Convention, the protocol. Well, the protocol is not really a reference material because there are so few ratifications of that. The Ocean Fertilization Resolution that was adopted in 2008, everything is prohibited excepting legitimate scientific research. And so we need to keep that in mind as well. The other, just in the interest of time, Barbara, I want to say two things about strengths and gaps of where we are with the London Convention, the protocol. The strength is the convention and the protocol talk about how we need science-based risk assessment, precautionary approach, marine geoengineering category. But that's not enough. We need to help institutions and scientists move forward with it. The protocol is, of course, the amendment is not operational because it has not entered into force, etc. I've already touched on the BBNJ agreement, one of which, of course, is the big part of it is the environmental impact assessment. And it simply says any state undertaking an activity with potential impacts in the area beyond national jurisdiction must perform an environmental impact assessment. Now, we all know how EIAs are done on land, oftentimes very unsatisfactorily. And how do you do that on a subject of this in the high seas, for example, and particularly given the ocean circulation and everything else? There are a number of pilots that are being carried out in terms of the ocean alkalinity. We have one permitted in Woods Hole, so that is moving forward. And then we need similar things for ocean fertilization and biomass sinking, etc. And these things are not carried out, and until the time we carry them out in the public, with everybody looking into what we're doing and what the results are and what the impacts are. I mean, the results meaning by how much carbon is sequestered, and the impacts, in terms of anything to do with ocean health, we cannot proceed forward, with that. And I hope Ken and Peter will talk about, what is being done on that. And, I just want to draw the attention of everybody to the ethical principles that AGU had formulated. In fact, Ken, Margaret Linen, and I have written a short piece in Nature talking about the guidelines. What are the first principles that we need to follow in proceeding with marine CDR? And I would urge participants to take a look at that. There was also a resolution in the IUCN, the most recent World Conservation Congress that was held in Abu Dhabi. And it talks about, again, as I mentioned before with the London Protocol and the amendment, it talks about precautionary research pathways and environmental and social safeguards. One of the things I can share with you as an aside, Barbara and the colleagues, is when I worked at the Green Climate Fund, the biggest thing that we had to spend a lot of our time on was environmental and social safeguards, and also making sure that the indigenous peoples that are impacted by this have full knowledge of what is being attempted, and and have their consent as well. And so we have to do this in the context of the high seas, or even open ocean, in a way that builds confidence. And the I want to mention is this. I have been in these negotiations for all of time, starting with the establishment of the IPCC to the first INC, and had a role in drafting the framework convention, the Kyoto Protocol. And I've seen the issue discussed in the General Assembly time and again. The parties have said repeatedly, and there are many parties, important countries have said both in ITLA's advisory opinion and the ICJ advisory opinion, that they have no jurisdiction on this matter. That is what I mean by that is the parties say anything to do with climate has to be dealt with within the context of the UNFCCC. Now, climate stabilization and meeting the goals of the UNFCCC contained in Article 2 is the fundamental work of the parties in the convention. Okay, so if MCDR is to gain the confidence of those parties and have the ability to market exactly what can be done, etc., then UNFCCC should really have the ability to expertise of the London Protocol of the Convention and experts that are on this call, etc., and then decide what needs to be done. I just want to conclude, Barbara, with just one overarching message. I've actually written this down, so please allow me to read it because I want to get this right. It's a short one. We are entering a decisive decade for ocean-based CDR. The science is advancing faster than the governance. UNCLOS gives us principles. London Convention gives us the first rules. BBNJ gives us the procedures, but none of them provide a coherent, integrated framework. And the UNFCCC, which should be guiding the global mitigation pathway, says almost nothing. They're waiting for the IPCC to come back to them, and then they might say something. But as of now, nothing on the subject matter. If we do not address, we risk losing both environmental integrity and, importantly, public trust. If we act now with science and equity at the center and bringing the public into the conversation, we can ensure that ocean-based CDR becomes a responsible, transparent, and globally governed part of the climate solution. With that, I conclude my remarks, Barbara. Thank you very much again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Rama. That last point is, I think, the center of this for all of us. And really appreciate your making it as clear as a bell. So thank you. I know you have to run to other things. Next, we're going to turn to Peter Fikowski, who I will say is someone who has given me the ability to sleep at night because he is working on the public trust and assuring us all that there will be one day a path to restoring the climate. But of course, the devil is always in the details. Peter has a degree in physics from MIT, and he had a career in aerospace and artificial intelligence, including at NASA and the Fairchild Schlumberger Labs in California. He holds 27 patents in fields related to machine vision technology. He helped to found the Citizens Climate Lobby in the United States and is the founder and head of the Foundation for Climate Restoration. Peter, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Great. Barbara, thank you very much for the introduction. And Rama and Brendan, thank you for your setup here. Let me just dive into my slides here, which will take a second. So I know that time is going quickly. I have really just 3 points to make. One is that right at the moment, there is no mandate to restore a safe climate for our children. When the UN goals were established, that concept had not been really discussed. But it's needed, and it's probably coming soon. Barbara is a good example. Second point is that restoring safe CO2 levels is possible. Nature does it, and there are 3 innovations that I'll discuss briefly that show that there is a possible pathway. And finally, legal and civic experts should speak for this future that we want, even though it's not yet in practice. And just this quote from Jerry Garcia always sings to me. Somebody has to do something, and it's just incredibly pathetic that it has to be us. I find myself backing off and saying, surely there's a PhD or a CEO or a governor who could do this better than us. But there isn't. At least we haven't seen them yet. So take heart, even though you may be like me. We've talked about for about 20, 30 years, talked about getting to net zero emissions. And today, this is what life looks like in a lot of the planet. Wildfires, droughts, floods. Reducing emissions will definitely make it not too much worse than it is today, but it's catastrophic today. And what we all want for our children is to bring. And how do we do that? Well, the first thing is, Rama talked about, Brendan talked about complex adaptive systems. And the Earth is definitely a complex adaptive system. One of the things that we learned early is that CO2 and temperature are tightly correlated. This is Hansen put this together about 2 years ago, that if you track this blue CO2 and the red temperature over the last almost million years, they track almost perfectly. There are variations, and from time to time, something adjusts it. But the point is, if we want to give our children a planet they can live on, and of course we all do, then if we don't restore CO2, it's highly unlikely that we'll succeed. Now we have to worry about methane, and there are clouds, and there's ice cover, there's farming practices, there's an infinity of issues. But the one issue that makes all the difference is CO2. And Rama talked about what do we do? Try everything, everywhere, all at once. Well, that is one approach. I'm an entrepreneur in Silicon Valley, and the thing I've learned in both in my research and my entrepreneurial work is focus. If you want to accomplish something, you've got to have a specific goal of what by when. And for us, it's getting CO2 levels back to safe levels below 300. Why 300 parts per million? Because above that, it's purely speculative whether our civilization will survive. Humans did survive at 300 parts per million about 320,000 years ago. And so we have evidence that that level is safe. We have better evidence at 280 parts per million, which our planet gave us, and we responded by developing agriculture and civilization. So somewhere between around 280, but certainly below 300 is the objective goal that we want. Again, science can tell us that speculatively 350 is probably okay. And personally, I agree, it's probably okay, but that's not what I want to be known for. I don't want to be known for giving a planet that probably will allow our children to survive. Now, the exciting thing about this graph, it's the same graph as before, is to get from where we are at 425 parts per million down below 300, it's about the same amount of CO2 that nature has removed over the last over and over and over the last ice age period of about 1 million years. And so we know it's possible. And can we do it as quickly as we need to? There's very good evidence. One thing you can see is there are periods where the CO2 is dropping very rapidly. There are periods where it's rising very rapidly. And so we have good evidence. I'll talk more about that, and I believe Ken will discuss that to some degree as well. In terms of the general picture, we want to turn our thinking about climate from a disaster to a blip. That is, this is obviously a conceptual diagram, but we all want our children to survive, and what that's going to look like is getting CO2 back to safe levels, whether it's by 2050, which is most people I talk to agree that intuitively our ecosystems will be solid enough by 2050 that we can actually do it. Originally, when we developed this thinking, we said, how about by 2070 or 2080? And everyone's intuition was, you know what? I don't think enough of our ecosystem and social systems will be intact. So 300 parts per million by 2050 is our goal. And we want our children to be thinking about this, visualizing this is the path we're on. Now, the good news is that we have reached net zero. And just in 1992, if you look in detail at this CO2 levels that from NOAA and NASA and Scripps, then you can see CO2 has been rising. This is just scaled from 1990 to 95, but you can see a steady increase of stable for about 15 months, and then a steady increase that continued on to the present day. And this is very exciting. It doesn't make sense in the context of net zero, except that it's very important when it comes to restoring a safe climate. And of course, Mount Pinatubo erupted. It produced vast amounts of ash, which contains significant amounts of iron. And the iron dust is known to elicit rapid growth of phytoplankton, which require large amounts of CO2. So we did analysis, and we discovered over the last 500 years there were 3 eruptions that produce this kind of result. I'm not going to go into the science here, but the point is that the things that the only 3 eruptions out of dozens of eruptions, and many of them much bigger than Pinatubo, those 3, what they had in common was that they were near downwelling eddies. And what we found is that we started doing analysis with the NASA Orbiting Carbon Observatory, which showed that, in fact, if there's not a downwelling eddy, there is very little net removal of CO2. Presumably, that's because the fish and zooplankton eat the phytoplankton, the green matter, and eventually metabolize it and turn it all back into CO2. Where there are significant downwelling eddies, that appears to pull the carbon out of the active area near the ocean surface before the animals can eat it. So the three key things which have just been emerging over the last couple of years, so this you could call speculative, but it's based on data, is that nitrogen fixing bacteria are required, that with just in surface farming, without nitrogen, the plants don't grow very well. And for thousands of years, farmers have learned to grow plants that host nitrogen-fixing bacteria. Well, we can, in order to have good crops, and the ocean is the same thing, and it requires about 10 to 20 times more iron concentration to grow those nitrogen-fixing bacteria. But it gives you a 1 to 2 orders of magnitude increase. Second key advance is to perform the iron distribution in downwelling eddies. As I said, that allows the carbon to be removed below the surface. This hasn't been proven other than through the satellite data and through the eruption data. That at this point, there's no other explanation for those. And it makes logical sense that nature, it's a complex adaptive system, and the animals will grow in population to consume all of the energy available to them. I've noticed I do that myself. I have to restrain my eating sometimes. And the third key advance is to measure the changes in atmospheric CO2 using buoy-based CO2 sensors and satellite imaging. The science is really important, and the deep ocean work I believe Ken's going to talk about is very critical. And this wouldn't be possible without the work that many scientists, both at Woods Hole and Scripps and around the world, have done. But when it comes to restoring the climate, that happens in the atmosphere, and measuring the atmospheric CO2 is critical. And the very good news is that doing it reduce the cost of doing the ocean fertilization by another 1 to 2 orders of magnitude. So this brings us back home. Now, people ask, well, where are the downwelling eddies? This is a map of in which there's a sea level anomaly, but blue is essentially downwelling eddies, and red is upwelling, and green are places where there are pretty much no eddies at all. And what you can see is that there are quite a lot of downwelling eddies, but it constitutes just a few % of the ocean. And so the safety issues become much simpler when you realize that the most ocean fertilization we can usefully do is over just a 1 or 2% of the ocean. And the evidence from the volcanoes is that will be sufficient. So that's the end of the science part. Again, the bottom line is a climate restoration mandate is needed, and this audience can really promote that happening soon. The question is who's going to do it, and that's something that each of you needs to think about. What part do you want to play in that? Second is restoring safe CO2 levels is possible. Nature does it, and there's been a lot of advances in the last 2 years. It'll take probably another 10 to 20 years for the science to mature on it, but we don't have that much time to fully mature the science. We have to use our common sense, really, and develop it quickly. The cost is quite low. It looks like the equivalent of 1 penny a day for either all Americans or all people, but a penny a day is not much. It's something that our economies can achieve. And again, please, take a look, as legal and civic experts that you are, speak for the future and help it adapt, help it come true. And Barbara, that's my talk.
Very good. Thank you, Peter. Always uplifting to hear someone who is optimistic and my age. I mean, that combination is extremely rare. So now I'd like to turn to Dr. Ken Butzler, who's one of the most experienced and recognized experts in this field, which Peter has mentioned, of ocean iron fertilization. He's the senior scientist and director of the Center for Marine and Environmental Radioactivity at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. He has a PhD in marine chemistry from MIT, and he has also published dozens of peer-reviewed journal articles on relevant topics, including on the timescales of the ocean carbon cycle. So his current research is focusing on ocean's role in regulating climate, which is exactly what we're talking about today, and ocean biogeochemical cycles over time. Ken, thank you very much for being here. And I know you've been working on actual testing. And so we'd love to know where you are, where we think we can get to sometime soon. Ken.
Thank you, Barbara. All right, so we have the sound, and I think I'm being projected across a few locations. It's kind of nice to be in a room where I can see an audience instead of on a Zoom
That
phone,
must be wonderful. And I love the background. The picture
background,
behind
great.
you is fabulous. But we need your slides. So, Emmanuel, what do we get?
So if we can put up the first slide again, Ken Butzler. I'm a senior scientist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. That's on the East Coast outside of Boston. And that's why I also am an executive director of something we call EXOIS for Exploring Ocean Iron Solutions. So I'll talk to you about that a bit more as we move ahead. I'm here in Belém at COP30 because of the ocean pavilion. So,
Emmanuel, we just need to silence someone's microphone, please.
That's Joaquin's microphone.
Okay.
So
Not
Ken, it's not Ken's, we need Ken's. Okay, go right ahead.
And whoever's operating the slides, I'll tell you when to advance. It's okay to be on this slide. But essentially, I'm introducing myself a bit more here.
No, go back. The slides should be back at the beginning.
Now
the
we have to go back to
introduction,
the
please.
yeah.
Back to the one behind that.
There's only one more.
Back one more.
Come on. Nope.
No, there you go. Perfect.
Okay. So I'm at the Oceans Pavilion. It's really fun to be at COP when you're surrounded by different countries. And then you see this big sign that says ocean. And so who are we representing, really? You know, we're 2/3 of the planet, right? The ocean. And 2/3 of that is the high seas. That's outside of EEZ and other territorial control. So it truly is a global common that we care about. I think everybody in this room cares about. And I've kind of made my career for 40 years studying how the ocean works. I think I know how to do research into understanding some of the effects we're having and what we might do to help the ocean, right? The ocean is absorbing all of this excess heat. Over 95% goes into the ocean. It's warming. With that comes the carbon dioxide, which makes it more acidic, which is not a good thing for many types of marine plants and animals, particularly if they're building shells that would dissolve in this carbonate, in this CO2 rich water. So we've got a lot of problems on top of fisheries, plastics, and pollution. So on the one hand, the ocean's helping us, takes up atmospheric CO2. The weather would be a lot worse if it wasn't there. But we also can think about, can the ocean help get us out of this? Can it help in any way to enhance the removal of the mess we've already made, the CO2 in the atmosphere? Because if we did nothing, that carbon dioxide will eventually get in the ocean anyway, but it's just going to take thousands of years. And that means certainly millennia of a climate crisis that we don't want. So I went a few years ago and formed this group exploring ocean iron solutions. Basically, we're looking at ways to study whether or not we should move ahead with this type of deployment of marine carbon dioxide removal, MCDR. I might fall into using that term. You know, if we do this wrong, we could harm the ocean, harm the planet. We do not want to do that. we could give an excuse for continuing to release fossil fuels. We do not want to do that. We need emissions reduction first, but then we still have to come up with ways to improve and clean up some of the mess we've left in the atmosphere, the carbon dioxide. And so we have to have ways that we know that they work durably and additionally. It can't just be some numbers we make up. So we can go to that next slide, which was a big train carrying coal across Australia. Each coal car on a train like that is about 40 meters long, carries about 80 tons of carbon equivalent. And so I just wanted to put in your mind, I needed something like the visual, like what's a gigaton? What's a billion ton? You've heard that term, it's been said, we emit about 40 billion tons of CO2. It's about 10 billion tons in terms of this coal. So billion's a big number, but think of a train carrying coal. That train, if you could make a train circle the equator, would have to be 4 times that length to carry 1 gigaton. And we're talking about methods that could remove maybe 1, maybe 5 or 10. Once we reduce 8, 9, 10 gigatons that we're emitting already, it's a challenge, right? So we've geoengineered the planet already. It's causing harm, and we've got to think of solutions to get at this scale. So that's kind of, hopefully if you remember nothing else, you remember that a gigaton's big, and we're up for a challenge here. So let's go to the next slide. And this is from the cover of a book, a report I helped write from the US National Academies. We were charged with answering the question on the title, can the ocean remove even more carbon dioxide? And there are generally 6 ways to do this. There's variations on these, but on the right side, you can change the chemical composition by adding in things that make the ocean more alkaline. Ocean alkalinity enhancement is called. They're more engineered solutions. A way around that is to electrochemically break down seawater, take the CO2, put it in the deep seabed. It's more like direct air capture in a way, it takes a lot of energy. So there's more engineered solutions. And as we heard earlier, there's more, what does nature do? How big is nature? How effective is nature? Well, nature has ways of taking up carbon dioxide. If you have seaweed farms, that's a plant, right? Plants grow, photosynthesis takes up carbon dioxide. There's just the ecosystem recovery itself. If we had more plants and animals in the ocean, we'd be storing more carbon there. That's only slightly smaller in terms of its scaling because it's hard to see how we could get that to the billion-ton scale. I'm going to say in a couple slides a bit about iron fertilization, the idea that we might get the microscopic plants, not the big seaweed, to grow faster and be more abundant, therefore take up carbon dioxide, move some of that excess into the deeper layers. And there's a smaller one we won't talk about as much, but if you bring up some of the deep ocean water passively, you can create those same type of blooms, plants. So everything on the left is kind of plant-based, nature-based carbon pathways. On the right, be more engineered solutions. So just to let you know, there's several ways to do it. And when we finish that report, and I think I'm still a strong believer, and we really have to be doing hard research on all of these areas right now, because none of them scale up to the 5 to 10 billion tons that you might have to remove each year. But if each one contributed 1 or 2, it wouldn't be a silver bullet, it'd be the silver buckshot, right? We need multiple ways to be doing this, and probably some ways on land as well. You know, forest management, soil management, and maybe direct air capture if we had sources of power that weren't themselves fossil fuels, right? So next slide. So this is the 2-slide story on ocean iron. That beautiful image on the left is a Chaetosaurus diatom. That's a marine plant under a microscope. And probably the length of that slide is about 1 millimeter. So they're quite beautiful shell structure made out of silica glass. And so they grow fast. They require sunlight, certain temperature, nutrients like in your garden, nitrogen, phosphorus, right? But they also have a requirement, every marine plant, land plants as well, for a small amount of iron, with some of the enzymatic activities taking up carbon dioxide. The thing that you probably don't realize, if you think of the ocean and this planet, you know, iron comes from dirt, dirt comes from dust. And so there are areas in the middle of the ocean where there just isn't that much iron because you're so far from land. So those areas, what we call iron limited. The growth of those plants, we've proven now in some experiments in the late 90s and the early 2000s, that if you feed in a very small amount of this iron mineral, essentially dust, you can create a very large expression of chlorophyll, the growth of millions, trillions actually, of those little tiny diatoms. And that's the horseshoe. I'm not sure from this angle, it doesn't show up too well. It's a 100-kilometer scale there. But from a satellite from space, we could see the effect of adding just 1 ton of iron in the ocean in terms of the phytoplankton response. Quite impressive. This was at 60 degrees south. That idea about dust, if you go around Antarctica and you cover land with ice, you're not going to have a lot of iron sources. So that's one area. This doesn't work everywhere, but over large areas of the work, we've shown that it can happen. We showed what could happen as the plants can grow. But the next slide was we weren't really thinking CDR back then. We weren't thinking, oh, okay, what if you spread iron at the top, you create that bloom, you get that carbon, what's the fate of that material? And in the ocean, nature does this very well. It's a food supply, right? And every time you make food, the animals come along, will consume some of that. Phytoplankton are eaten by zooplankton, and then farther up the food chain, that material, as they die, they produce fecal matter, sinks down deep in the ocean, something we like to call marine snow. It's essentially all those little particles that get in the way when you're trying to see the beautiful fish, or if you're going somewhere and you're snorkeling. This is the debris of the ocean, but that's the key driver of this biological carbon pump. It's also the key source of food. If you're out of the sunlit surface layer where the plants don't grow, you're down there, you're feeding on this manna from heaven, right? This is what maintains the health integrity in the mid-ocean. That net amount of carbon that's sinking out of the surface is about 10 billion tons in terms of these carbon units, on the same scale as some of our total emissions. I don't see how we're going to change it more than maybe 1. I don't think we want to change it. What you heard just earlier, tens of billions of tons. If we had to double or triple that, you could actually cause harm below the ocean. Oxygen goes down. You can create effects on nutrients elsewhere. So we have to be careful. That's why I said earlier, we don't want to harm the ocean. So you probably don't want to make that 10 times bigger. But if you made it just 10% bigger, you could take care of potentially 1 gigaton of carbon a year. That would be a significant contribution. If you get it deep enough and we can measure that, you can't just sit at the surface and look at air-sea exchange for durable additional carbon removal. So in the CDR world, it's durability and additionality. Then you get it down there for centuries and millennia. That water is not going to return. And we know those timescales very, very well from physical models. That's not the question. Next slide. I want to just give some quick examples. Mother Nature does this. We heard about Pinatubo. We didn't really hear about the carbon numbers. This number here is 10 million tons of carbon export from this 2008 volcanic eruption off Alaska. We were able to see the dust. So at this time frame, and with satellites, the middle panel is the color, the growth of the phytoplankton. Nowhere near the scale of what we heard just before this. This was a volcanic eruption. That's that entire area. Alaska's at the top, Canada's on the right, Pacific Northwest. And we measured on buoys that were out there, the change in pH goes up, so it's not acidic anymore. CO2 went down. So it had an effect. 10 million tons was at the upper limit of the estimates on that one. One more click here. Another place, if you're from the Southern Hemisphere, on the right side should show up some images from Australia and the wildfires. So could we advance it one?
One
click,
slide.
please?
Next, please.
So this is, and again, you don't really have to see the images, but it's the wildfires 2019 to 2020 in Australia, not that long ago. A huge amount of biomass burn, which releases carbon dioxide. And kind of interestingly, that same amount of material falling in the ocean led to a bloom, kind of that red circle at the bottom. So bloom is what we use for when the phytoplankton grow en masse. And that led to what's the biggest number I've ever seen from a natural event, several 100 million tons of carbon export. And so that's what nature can do. And that's kind of the scale I think we might be able to get to. Probably tens, millions of tons, maybe a billion if you put it all together. So let's go on. Nature knows how to do this better than we do. So click next slide, please. So So this is where we get to oceanographic research. We go out on boats, we take samples, we take all kinds of biology, chemistry, physics with us because the ocean is moving. So it's not that easy to track when you put something in the ocean, where that's going. We have ways to do that. We have ways to monitor that. Again, we were doing these types of studies 20, 30 years ago. The big difference now is we have these autonomous vehicles, think of like drones that we can put in the water and go around and stay there for 6 months. The most we could stay out on these types of ships is usually 30, 40 days. I spent 2 years of my life out on a research ship like that, not all at the same time, been doing this long enough, but it's the type of work that we know how to do, and we think we should be doing this independent of some of the commercialization, things that are happening already to get the right answers. Are we causing durable additional carbon removal? And what are the ecological and environmental consequences? Just as important. It's not enough to count the carbon. And so we have to be doing very careful, high integrity, independent science. Next slide, please. So when we form this group, EXOIS, we have, I think it's something like 37 institutions from across 7 different, must be more than that, countries. I think it might be, it can't be continents, but we have people around the world. We engage every month. We talk about the next research, so responsible studies. We're not promoting doing this. We're not taking carbon credits, but we set out a code of conduct. First and foremost, we're doing this for the benefit of humans and the environment. If we're not causing a net positive thing, we should stop. You should tell us to stop. We have to have clear lines of responsibility. Rama talked a bit about some of the governance. So we would follow those international conventions under the London Dumping Convention, London Protocols for legitimate scientific research. We apply for those applications in the US to our EPA, and that's at least a 1-year permitting process, public input. So we have to engage the public when we're trying to do this. We're also trying to think about, who is responsible for this ocean commons. We would be working far offshore in our case where the iron is low. And so we're talking about international waters. And as scientists, we always are releasing our data openly and basically doing iterative assessments. We will tell everyone where we're going. If you want to bring your ship out there, make more measurements, that would be great. So we're looking for collaborations, building international cooperation. We've already got the Japanese ship promised for us in 2027 to come over and help. Chinese are trying to come in on this. Probably Canadians deploying some of our gear in and out of water, those drones I talked about. So this is truly, I think, something to do right at the beginning. Set up your code of conduct. Next slide, please. So this is really kind of summing up some of the points I was hoping to make. The first one by showing you some of those pictures of those chlorophyll patches. Whether you're putting in alkalinity or iron, you're going to have an impact on the ocean, right? The glass half empty, half full is we're already having major impacts on the ocean that we think are harming the ocean and stressing out humans, our environment as well. And so we have to admit that. That's why we're doing that. The science is incomplete. We don't know how to predict all of those impacts, particularly the environmental and ecological impacts at larger scales. The field trials to do that, number 3, are needed. We don't think we've done this before with the iron community. They're not going to cause permanent long-term harm. We're not putting in a factory. We don't need any extra energy. The sunlight is the energy that drives that. It takes very little iron, so it's not like you have a big budget for an impact footprint for, like, say, mining. The total amount of iron you'd need to get to 1 billion ton removal is something like less than 1% of current iron mining on this planet. So it's not a big lift to get iron out in the ocean. That 4th point is part of that code of conduct. We really have to engage not just with natural scientists who do this thing for a living, but also social scientists who help us find the stakeholders, the fisheries people in particular, the policy folks who need to regulate this. And that last one, I think there's a risk of a moral hazard if we oversell this, say we have the one solution, and then people start saying, okay, well, then I don't have to reduce my emissions, right? We can do it all with CDR. I'm here to say we cannot do it all with CDR. We've got to get 80, 90% of it through emissions reduction. That last residual we want to deal with things like CDR and what we've already put in the atmosphere, the point Peter Fiakowski is making. I think it's just one more click to get to the last points. I guess that was what I was going to say. Along with fossil fuel reductions, I think that second part of it, it's going to take more than one approach. It's not the silver bullet. I think that's when you walk out of the room when someone says, I've got the one answer. That last little line, because I've just been seeing too much of this, you can have your own opinions, you can't have your own facts, and there's a lot of opinions being said right now about what might work, why we shouldn't do it, why we should do it. And so as a scientist, to me, that's what was going to answer those questions. You bring out the science. There might be places, times that this would be a good idea. There might be scales that won't be a good idea. But let's get on with that work. There's an urgency to do this. So with that, thank you.
Okay, I get get the message. And I remember that one of the most important things in the IUCN resolution that was passed recently was they want to see caution and governments refraining from any deployment of any kind of geoengineering, except for scientifically validated and environmentally and socially sound research. So that's the sweet spot where you and Peter and Rama and Brendan all are. And I would like to, I know we're over time and I really apologize, but we really should hear from our youth commentator, Maria Clara Fernandez. Are you there? And we'd love to hear from you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Barbara. It's an honor to be here among researchers and professionals who have dedicated their lives to science and sustainability. I came from a different background, that of law and regulation, yet I believe we share this common purpose to understand how we can restore the conditions to balance and justice that allow us not only to exist, but to coexist. So when we talk about climate restoration, we are talking about healing. Healing the climate requires more than reducing emissions or developing new technologies. It means reviving our institutions, rethinking how we generate knowledge, and how we make collective decisions as a global community. So mitigation and restoration are often mentioned together, but they are not the same. To mitigate is to prevent further harm, and to restore is to repair what has already been damaged. So it's the difference between stopping a wound from bleeding and allowing it to heal. So, exactly. And here's where it gets real. As Professor Peter said, reaching net zero isn't the finish line. It's just the starting point. Because even if we balance what we emit and what we remove, there is still too much carbon already in the atmosphere. So a legacy from the past that will keep shaping our future unless we actively remove it. So I strongly believe that youth play a vital role in this effort because we have this sense of urgency. Young people do not ask for merely to be heard as a symbolic gesture. We want to be included in the decisions that will shape our shared future. We want to take part in building solutions that combine technology. And that is why we participate, question, and propose new paths forward, not because we believe we have all the answers, but because we know that silence is not an action. And we never forget the two pillars that sustain climate restoration, justice and cooperation.
Thank you. Okay, I really appreciate that because that is exactly the right note to end on. And you are part of the generations that are going to be dealing with this for the future going forward. And I'm so glad to hear that you and your colleagues want to take part and see restoration as important. That was our whole point today, and you have made it. Thank you so much. So I want to thank all our speakers, and particularly to Pace University School of Law and to FGV, and all the other partners who've helped to put this conference on. It's been an honor to be part of it. I really appreciate everyone's effort and work. Thank you so much.
Brumble for the panel. It was really incredible, this panel. So Move forward because you have time to conclude the event. You have the panel for climate finance, challenges and opportunities that will be moderated by Professor Paula Duarte. Professor Paula Duarte is a professor here at FGV Law and coordinator of our research center in regulation of financial system. Professor Paula could take a seat here. Thank you. In Rio. We have on Zoom, welcome Dr. Joaquim Levy from Safra Bank. And in Belém, I would like to say welcome to Dr. João Daniel Sá, partner at Silveira Dias Law Firm. And here in Janeiro, welcome Professor Marcos Gehring from Cambridge University. Could take a seat here with us, Professor. Welcome to FGV Real Law. And Professor Marie-Claire Seeger from Cambridge University. Professor, welcome to FGV Real Law as well. And on Zoom, we have our youth commentator, Akinola Afolarin. So thank you, Professor Paula. The floor is yours. Thank you for accepting our invitation.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, as Emmanuel already said, my name is Paula Duarte. I'm a professor here at Getúlio Vargas Foundation, and I will moderate this panel. So we are already ahead of schedule, so I'm gonna hurry a little bit. Here we have 5 remarkable speakers with us today. So I'm truly, it is a truly honor to be here. And each speaker has 10 minutes for their presentation, okay? And I'll let you know when you have 2 minutes left. And okay, so with no further ado, let's begin. Mr. Levy, are you there? So our first speaker is Mr. Joaquim Levy. I don't know if you can hear me, yeah?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So,
okay, I do have a privilege. Very glad to be here. And I think it's a commendable initiative by FGV and so many partners. I have a presentation. I was told that it'd be good to have a presentation. So I don't know if you can put the presentation. Yes, I'm using actually a different hat today. I'm using the hat of say, head of the advisory council of this climate finance hub. But I'm going to talk about several different things that I think help characterize climate finance, in particular in Brazil. So thank you for the invitation. Let's go for the first slide. Next slide, whoever is moving it. Okay, so first message that I would like to share with you is that of course, climate finance is a reality, and in some sense, it's not that you have to spend that much more to take care of climate, it's how you spend it. I like this chart. It's a somewhat old chart, but show that the difference of investments that we had to do to address climate or not to address climate are not that different. They're slightly, say, more anticipated, if you really want to be serious about climate, but it's not that it's an order of magnitude higher or anything like this. So I think this is very important because finance is good about changing the time, moving intertemporally, but not necessarily to produce resources from nothing. The second thing is that we are seeing a change in the discussion about climate finance because of technological changes. Of course, there's a lot of politics and now geopolitics and into that, but I think that the opportunities created by new technologies do make a chance. So I'd like to talk about some of the big things. I've worked in a lot of say, special programs, alternatives, role of MDBs. When I was a CFO of the World Bank, participated at the FSB and so on. And all of these things have a place. But there are a few things that we have to consider when you look at the big picture. There. And I think technology is one of them. And also how you can shape and guide the decisions of corporates, which ultimately are the ones that will make the difference at the end of the day, because they are the ones that use energy, that hire energy, that produce energy, and so on and so forth. So to illustrate the issues, I will talk about Brazil first. Let's move to the next slide. Well, I like to say that climate finance in Brazil is more and more mainstream finance. Why is that? Because to a large extent in Brazil, you don't have, say, a premium, like a green premium. You have a green bonus. If you choose a sustainable alternative, usually you're going to pay less than if you use a traditional approach, one based on fossil fuels. This is in part because of nature. We have a lot of natural resources. This facilitates our lives, but also because of institutional arrangements that have helped that. We take the case of electricity. From one side, most of our electricity is from hydropower, it's sustainable. On the other side, we have created a long time to use this resource in the most beneficial way. You have created, for instance, single market. So you can produce in any place of Brazil, and you can consume elsewhere, and you connect these through transmission, etc. This has worked pretty well. Of course, we could move faster in terms of smart grids, but we do fine. We had a problem now at this moment, which is the growth of distributed generation, solar generation, has complicated a little bit the planning and the management of our network. But it's something surmountable, and I think that these institutions are really the key part of the success of sustainable energy in Brazil. Of course, in addition to these, we have had ethanol for 40 years, 45 years, a great success. We have learned a lot about this. This has not put pressure on nature very much. To the contrary, in some cases, it has helped to make our agriculture more sustainable, more productive. In Brazil, again, because we're blessed by nature, we are able to have 2 crops, sometimes 3 crops, at the same plot of land through the year. And if you do it in a wise way, you can actually make each of these crops beneficial to the other. It's the old rotation patterns that we have, improved on, so that you can, for instance, produce ethanol as a second crop. And these will not only improve the productivity and also increase the affordability of agriculture, but it will also bring other benefits, for instance, for cattle raise, because you separate the energy from the proteins, and by providing cheaper proteins to the cattle, for instance, you reduce the pressure on pasturage, you create incentives to have a more productive, more, almost more technological, cattle raising, beef production, which has a beneficial impact in reducing the pressure on land, freeing land for other cultures. So I think that it's something yet not fully studied, but all the connections between energy, food production in Brazil is something that creates a financial ecosystem, an economic ecosystem that has proved extremely positive, one that preserves nature in many cases, and especially help increasing the productivity of agriculture and food availability. Our exports are really providing the best food to the world at affordable prices. We are not displacing food, we are enhancing our capacity to produce food. In addition to that, biomethane and all these possibilities that have found ready finance. This is, like I say, mainstream finance with the help of BNDES sometimes, but increasingly of capital markets. We see all of that, all this money going there. In addition to this, we are seeing increasingly to reforestation and for other initiatives. Now, there are things that the market really cannot help. One, also because of some decisions that go back to 1992, is the preservation of a standing forest. Very difficult. There are a lot of discussions about, well, how you choose the alternative baseline path to justify carbon credits and so on and so forth. Okay, these are complicated discussions, very political too. So the government decided to address it in a more direct way. And this is what behind TFFF. This is the fund, the global fund, to support the preservation of a standing forest, tropical forests. Okay, it didn't work with carbon credits. There are people that don't like REDD+. No matter. We need to get money to protect these areas. And through TFFF, I'm sure many of you have heard about it. I'm not going to explain it right now, maybe in the question part. I think we'll be able to raise some billions that will help to protect these forests, not only in Brazil, but in all the equatorial area, in Congo, in Indonesia, in other areas where tropical forests play an irreplaceable role. We heard about the oceans, and we all know that the second big nature, absorber carbon are the forests. So if you cannot get the markets to operate, we have to find novel ways of climate finance, and TFF is one of them. Let's move forward in the presentation. Next slide. Well, the other big thing, I believe, is if you really want to have affordable, renewable energy to continue to move the world and not have backlashes because, oh, this is too expensive, this will reduce the GDP growth and all of that, you have to give some discipline to companies because companies are the ones that make these decisions. And one way to do that, together with some other policy decisions, of course, is the effort to get better disclosure of companies and their footprints. What are their plans, trajectories towards net zero, for instance, and how they're going to go about that? What kind of capex, where, how, with which model, and so on. And the way to do this, we have learned this for the last 10 years with the initiative of Mark Carney in the old times, FSB, and then with the Bloomberg reports. It's really to get financial disclosures, getting these in a sort of accounting. And so we have the IFRS 1 and 2, the ASSB, which in Brazil will be mandatory from 2027. Unfortunately, in most other countries, including in Europe, it's not so clear the decision. There are good taxonomies, there are other things that help to guide capital flows, but we still don't have a full-fledged introduction of these accounting criteria. I think these can be very helpful. Next slide. And in Brazil, our SEC, CVM, have made them, mandatory from 27. Now, this is information. So this particular activity that I mentioned, the CFH, works along these lines. It helps produce this information. Others can do that. And of course, if these disclosures are mandatory, I'm sure that would be a lot of, consultants and so on that would provide that, would provide the market with clear, transparent, forward-looking information. Right now, we're doing this on a philanthropic-based initiative, and we have covered already a few sectors in Brazil using, of course, an international methodology, sometimes with some adjustments to reflect the reality in Brazil, but broadly, something that makes the comparison with other countries, other companies, easier to do. Next slide. So the methodology, I think, addresses three important things: where the companies are, what are their plans, how they communicate that plan, their plan, what is the transparency of that, how solid these things are. So you have these three dimensions that I just mentioned here, but it's really something that is dynamic. So, for example, you can be in a sector that now pollutes a lot, but emits a lot. But if you have a good trajectory and this is really solid and you are able to communicate, well, you are a company that's interesting, and maybe investors should look more carefully to you, because in the future you'll be able to deal with the climate risks better than others. Moving forward. So, of course, the next slide. This analysis, of course, addresses the double materiality. And in Brazil, I think that sometimes you have even triple materiality, because you also include all the social impacts of these things. This is a brief example of the output of this analysis, and where you compare Brazilian companies with the rest of the world. And of course, in electricity, we're ahead of the rest of the world, although we still miss a little bit in terms of communications on how you deal with investors. We have done this also for iron and steel. And here there is a lot of potential in Brazil, because again, we do have technologies that make a difference. We now have these briquettes that Vale is doing that allow you to reduce the ore with much less emissions. We use charcoal from planted forests and other things that even in the very hard to abate industry, you don't have to wait for hydrogen 20 years from now. We do have solutions today, and even for oil and gas. So next slide. So the idea is, Brazil has a lot of solutions. This needs global recognition. This is one of the goals of these COPs, to have a real discussion about biofuels, about other nature-based solutions that complement, of course, other technological advances. Next slide, please. And I think this discussion will help really to mobilize say, finance in a dimension that's much bigger than any development bank can ever think about. We do have other projects in Brazil, some blending finance. The government has this, say, Eco-Invest, for instance, to the recuperation of depleted, degraded areas. But what is important? It's really to continue to put pressure on companies and corporates, getting more disclosures, so that the big capital flows go to where you can achieve results in the most sustainable and affordable ways. I think more and more the discussion about how you address climate has to do on choosing solutions that are robust, affordable, and also inclusive. These solutions in Brazil and the capital flows that go there do help also to spread the gains across a large swath of the population. So I stop here. I'm very confident about the possibilities of a climate finance, and I do see important movement in spite of some political backlash that we've seen in the recent past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Our next speaker is Professor João Daniel Sá, who is a lawyer at Silveira Atias Law Firm. Professor, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So I'm gonna ask you to please try to stick to your 10 minutes presentation, but if you need to, we can give you a few extra minutes. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will control the time. It's such an honor to be here with you. It's difficult to speak after Mr. Levy because of the amount of information he has given to us. I decided to do a different thing. I will try to make some bullet points about what's going on now, trying to address some questions that we are looking during the COP30. I have some points I will address, trying to make it during the time. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to speak at this panel on climate finance, especially at such a decisive moment at COP30. I begin highlighting that I think this week at the first day, President Ambassador André Correia do Lago extended consultations until Saturday on 4 critical issues that still lack consensus. I will address the 4 issues, but I will focus on the climate finance. The climate finance is the first issue. What's at stake is establishing a predictable and scalable flow of resources for mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, and just transition, especially for developing countries. The gap between pledges and disbursements remains wide, and this COP must advance in scale, predictability, and direct access to resources. That's the point I will address after. The second issue is trade mechanisms and carbon markets. Discussions involve environmental integrity, additionality rules, credit governance, and safeguards against double counting. For the Amazon especially, this means ensuring that markets produce real, verifiable, and fairly distributed benefits. The third issue is about the NDCs. We are at the 10-year mark on the Paris Agreement, and pressure is rising to increase ambition in emission reduction and adaptation goals, maintaining alignment with the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. The fourth issue, what I consider important also, is transparency and climate information integrity. COP30 already produced a declaration on information integrity, to which Brazil is a signatory. This theme is crucial for international trust and to prevent greenwashing. Without robust data systems, no climate finance mechanisms can succeed. So let's get back to the climate finance. As Mr. Joaquim Levy has stated, we have some recent agreements and current context of COP30. I would make emphasis among the Tropical Forest Forever facility. That's an innovative initiative presented at this COP to provide permanent financing for tropical forest conservation. The model aims to combine long-term predictability, correct incentives, and clear performance metrics. This is a structural shift from financing isolated projects to financing entire forest maintenance systems. But we have some challenge here because we have to deal with governance and credibility. Countries and investors have not reached consensus on monitoring metrics, verification rules, access to funds, or environmental integrity safeguards. Without this, I think the facility cannot scale. Trying to move for the other topic, I would like to talk about the negotiation and the implementation process. COP30 also marks a historic turning point. I think it represents the transition from the phase of negotiating commitments to the phase of implementing commitments. In other words, what I want to say is that we do not need new slogans. What's needs is delivery. Implementation means mobilizing resources, ensuring governance, measuring results, and holding actors accountable. I think I'm in time. I'm just going to finish. I will give some thoughts about Brazil and especially about Pará that I think we can contribute in the discussion, giving you some informations. So in this context, Brazil occupies a unique position. As everybody is stating, as the country is hosting the world's largest tropical forest, Brazil is not only a beneficiary, but also a designer of climate finance solutions, coordinating multi-level governance initiatives and advocating for stronger roles for states and municipalities. Here, I reach the central theme in my speech, that is the institutional criteria for designing climate finance mechanisms in the state of Pará. If we want to direct and expanded access for subnational governments, one of the strongest themes at this COP for us, I think we need 3 pillars. The first one is robust institutional capacity. State and municipal institutions must have technical structures transparency protocols, and reliable inventories and emissions accounting aligned with the international standards. The second one is participatory and territorialized governance. We talked about that yesterday. So indigenous people, traditional communities, rural producers, and civil society must have a voice in decisions about resource allocation and monitoring. The last one is legal certainty. That's essential to attract private investments and ensure predictability for public and international financing. The state of Pará has important environmental legislation, but this framework, which includes state funds, payment instruments for environmental services, and jurisdictional markets, needs to be aligned with federal government policies and international policies. So to conclude, finally, I would emphasize that climate finance is not only a technical issue. For us, is above all philosophical and moral one. Climate finance is about responsibility and also intergenerational justice. And the essential question is for me, who pays for what has been destroyed and for what still must be protected? The Amazon reminds us that there is no just transition without sufficient financing and transparency and territorial participation. And COP30 will be remembered precisely for its ability or inability to transform commitments into actual implementation. So, giving you back the words, before concluding, I will recall a classical Latin expression that guides us when we have short time. Esto brevis et placebis, which means be brief and we will please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor João Sá. So our next speaker is Professor Marcus Gering from Columbia University of Columbia, sorry. Columbia, no, Cambridge, I'm so sorry, Cambridge.
No worries. My employer will be pleased that the university was mentioned. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for inviting me. I have a few thoughts to share about also a little bit the history of sustainable finance, because I think Professor Marie-Claire will talk about the Baku to Belém climate finance goals and the Baku financing decision. But I wanted to refer to some of the regulatory innovation that we're seeing, especially at the European level. And yeah, forgive me because I'm a professor of European and international law. The transition to the green economy requires financing. We need investment. And there are new studies that show that if you had zero trade and you had zero investment, there would be no way to achieve the Paris Agreement targets, right? So we need to work with the financing industry. We need to work with the private sector, as the previous speakers have said. But in my view, and maybe that's a very European one, we need proper regulations. And the European Union has spearheaded some of the most important sustainable finance regulations, some very controversial, some in the process to maybe being watered down. But nonetheless, they're setting an objective. And the first one is officially called a regulation on the establishment of a framework to facilitate sustainable investment, better known as the taxonomy. And the taxonomy actually, for the first time at a regional level, defines what is sustainable investment. There's a lot of greenwashing, there's a lot of mislabeling of green investments around. So you need the regulator to step in and actually highlight to the market what is climate investment, what is sustainable investment. But the European legislator didn't stop there. It adopted a regulation on disclosure relating to sustainable investments and sustainability risks. Right? Not only do you need to define what is sustainable investment, you also need to have disclosure rules, because otherwise you can't, as a regulator, actually control whether sustainable finance is being practiced by the firms as they say they are. And the final piece of the puzzle was the benchmark regulation. It benchmarked some of the objectives that we want more and increased investments into environment and social projects, not just the economic bottom line. Under those conditions, in my view, shifting the dial to more sustainable investments is also a huge opportunity. It's an opportunity for lawyers because companies will need legal advice on compliance. It's an opportunity for the world to transition to net zero and maybe more rapidly than we thought. And it also then, in the end, can fill the gap between the official public financing on climate change at the global level through the Green Climate Fund, at the regional and national level, maybe even at the local level. We just spearheaded a local nationally determined contribution, a local NDC under the Paris Agreement in our region in Cambridge. And maybe that is something that could take hold. What I wanted to highlight is the recent shift in Europe to the European Clean Industrial Deal, right? So there has been a bit of backlash. The Green Deal has ruffled some feathers, and the European Union wants to maintain some of the manufacturing capacity. And therefore, the Commission in 2025 adopted the Clean Industrial Deal with which includes industrial decarbonization accelerators. Public procurement can also help in carbon finance, lower energy bills, but then also an industrial decarbonization bank, right? So a new financial institution that actually helps industry to decarbonize quicker. And that is combined internationally with critical raw materials, but also the clean trade and investment partnerships. A new opportunity to maybe build on existing trade agreements and help both partners transition more quickly. We did a lot of research and we found that many trade agreements just simply ignore the nationally determined contributions that the partner countries have adopted. Because sometimes the climate ministry doesn't talk to the economics and trade ministries. We need to overcome that divide, and we need to do that quickly, otherwise we will not reach our net zero targets. There's an interesting legal footnote. Austria recently lost a case in the General Court against the European Commission because Austria wanted an even more ambitious taxonomy, wanted to exclude natural gas and certain nuclear projects from the sustainable investment designation. Austria lost the case, but the court highlighted, and that's when climate litigation, even in a loss, can be an advantage. The court highlighted that we need a scientific basis, and the Commission had enough real-world information that until 2050, we still need some natural gas, we still need some nuclear in order to reach the net zero targets. So as transition fuels, they are part of sustainable, part of climate finance, but not over the long term. And that is an important finding in that particular judgment. So I will conclude there because from the regional level, we need to then also scale up to the global level. And that's why we're here for COP30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gehring. So next we have Professor Marie-Claire Cordonnier-Seger, and she's also from the University of Cambridge. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much to our chair and also to the speakers who have set me up so well to just handle the entire world, you know, the rest of the world. Now that we've had Europe and we've had a really clear idea of what is needed in Brazil and what Brazil has already moved forward to help achieve. I'd like to also thank our partners from FGV and from PACE. I think I'm probably here as Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention COP30 Climate Law and Governance Initiative. And it has been a few years since I was here in the 2012 Conference on Sustainable Development in FGV. You were my partner law school when we were hosting it with the UN and the International Development Law Organization. And it's been even more years ago that I've been here as a student activist on climate change in 1992 in the Rio Earth Summit. And it is lovely to see so many people, not just interested, but incredibly well qualified and becoming even more well qualified, which is exactly, of course, what we need. Now, in the Paris Agreement, and when we were torturing ourselves around the Paris Agreement, our own initiative started in 2005, just after the Kyoto Protocol had entered into force. And we gathered together at my law faculty at McGill in Montreal and tried to galvanize the legal community so that we were not reinventing the wheel in order to be able to implement the Kyoto Protocol. And when the Paris Agreement was negotiated in 2015, there was that same energy that gathered right after the Sustainable Development Goals had been agreed. And one of the key points that we came to is that climate finance, Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement, needed to be able to support a climate resilient, different kind of development pathway, one that would actually take us toward greater sustainability. And what we saw in the debates that took place since Paris and what we've seen in the COPs has been a movement to help to identify and channel and redirect the entire economy of the world. It's not a small task, and maybe we do need everyone, everywhere, all at once. Maybe that's not such an unfair call for assistance. So I will talk just briefly about a few key points in this regard, particularly in terms of legal preparedness for climate finance, and then I'll conclude with an invitation to you all, including especially, of course, our colleagues who have joined us online from all over the world, despite the crazy time zones that you are all clearly kind enough to invest in. So first, of course, we needed to define a new collective quantified goal on climate finance. And this was not straightforward to do. We were struggling in Copenhagen when the US came forward with their 100 billion a year by 2020. Some of the work that was done to calculate and understand, despite COVID, whether we had reached that, public and private, all of the other sources, was showing that we were getting quite close, 97, 98 billion a year, when we started to realize that, of course, that was just the very beginning of what was needed. And in Baku last year, COP29, we did actually negotiate the new collective quantified goal, the NCQG, and ended up with 300 billion a year by 2030, but the recognition that more like 1.3 trillion is needed. Now, putting that into perspective, we do know, of course, that these types of sums have been mobilized before. And indeed, if we look at subsidies on fossil fuels right now, or military spending, especially with the calls to increase it that have been happening from our southern neighbor, I'm from Canada, who we sometimes look at with a bit of trepidation, I think there's a fair understanding that this is an achievable goal, but a difficult one. And it does require a great deal of work. Not just the public, the intergovernmental, as the previous speakers have said, and very well, but also private, blended, de-risking of finance, and also, of course, the carbon market that we find in what has now been agreed as part of the Paris Rulebook in Article 6, especially 6.1, 6.2, 6.4. We have a sustainable development mechanism or a carbon crediting mechanism to help us to stimulate carbon markets and to stimulate investment in especially countries that are willing to certify that a climate finance project is going to also contribute to the sustainable development of their country. So, I mean, you know, I'm perfectly happy to paraphrase Kennedy and others and say, all right, then in that case, all investment should be climate finance investment. And I'm going to go a little bit further and say, actually, if we're investing in things that are not Paris Agreement aligned, we're heading in the wrong direction. And that needs to be corrected at this point. 30 years, folk, that we've been debating this. It's not unreasonable to say, we've warned you, we've given you some indications, it's time to build the new ship in the stormy sea, while the one that is going down has lost its momentum. And that is probably the most important message that I would emphasize here today. So this idea of Paris-aligned finance, which my colleagues from the Multilateral Development Banks, from EBRD, ADB, and others have stood together. They stood together with us when we were in Mexico, in Cancun, right after the failure in Copenhagen, and they said, we will change our lending, our concessional terms, our finance so that it aligns with Paris. Yes, 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 don't support finance that is against an international treaty that all of your member countries have signed. That's probably a very good idea. I'm supportive of that. I think it's an excellent step. And if you are able to join us tomorrow at the Climate Law and Governance Day, you will find a panel, one of our high-level panels, which is actually coming together of the general counsels of these different international financial institutions to tell us what they're doing to be able to align their lending and their finance with the Paris commitments. At the same time, of course, we see still a great deal of work to be done, and our speakers before us have emphasized this brilliantly. One of the winners of our student essay competition in the Climate Law and Governance Day a few years ago was an Italian doctoral student of law who had literally just studied the cost of capital in Italian banks. And I honestly think if she had done the same study anywhere else, she would have also gotten our Platinum Award there. Because what she was able to reveal is that the cost of capital, the haircut for risk, the percentage that you take off as a bank in order to hedge yourself, for fossil fuels was nearly nothing. It was seen as a stable investment today, and the cost of capital for renewables projects in the Italian bank she studies was sometimes up to 35% haircut that came off the top. Can you imagine the incentives? So aligning Paris, aligning with our international legal commitments, aligning with the binding commitments and that we have a due diligence obligation to, according to the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice and others, it isn't rocket science, but it needs to be done at all levels, including, dare I say, in agreement with our Italian doctoral student who won the Platinum Award, the banks, just in their own internal rules. And I think this is where we come into my last 2 points. First, this requires regulatory reform. It requires changes to legal frameworks at the municipal level, as one of the earlier speakers have quite kindly said, and also, of course, at the subnational, I'm from Canada, provinces are a thing for us, and the municipal and the international and the national level, which is requiring a great deal of work. Yes, the Paris Agreement, but also in our trade treaties, also in our investment treaties. We could be changing the rules so that they favor Article 2.1c and that commitment to redirect our investment and our finance toward a survivable world. I know, it's such a radical proposition. And then, of course, at the same time, national and local legal preparation for climate finance and preparedness for climate finance is a massive challenge. On this panel, we're talking about the challenges and the opportunities. Well, it's both. My colleague, who's general counsel for years of the Green Climate Fund, told me very clearly he wanted to channel that climate finance to the highly climate vulnerable countries. But do you know what? He couldn't find the lawyers to help. I'm not blaming the banks on that one, colleagues. And what I think was particularly key, and Douglas would emphasize it when we talked, is that there needed to be not just an understanding, an assessment of the existing laws and where the barriers were, line ministry, sectoral laws, not just the finance ministry or the treasury, but there also needed to be engagement of stakeholders so that they were supportive of the climate finance projects that could contribute to sustainable development, as we committed here in 1992 in a way forward to be able to have a treaty at all. And some people seem to have forgotten. And the proposed reforms that are needed, they're not just in agriculture or in mining or in water management, they're in transport, they're in construction, they're in disaster preparedness. If we want to look at finance for not just mitigation, but also adaptation and resilience, we're looking at basically the entire economy of our countries and reforms across the board. When we did this work, when I was head of the Sustainable Economic Development Division of the International Development Law Organization for Vietnam, we actually found that there was a provision in their tax code that was preventing them from being able to confirm clean development mechanism projects, what is now the Paris Agreement Sustainable Development Mechanism. And it was a provision like the haircut, the cost of capital with the banks, where a new technology that was being tested in Vietnam was immediately subject to a surcharge, 25, 35%. The government decided to reverse that. New technologies that were actually assisting with climate change would be, in Vietnam, low-lying country, flooding, massive issue, agriculture, rice, problem for them. There was very much an understanding that that needed to be reversed and that you would give a credit, a tax credit of 35% if these types of projects could be financed in their countries. Suddenly, their number of approved climate finance projects went from very, very little to 10 times, 15 times what they'd been able to attract. It isn't rocket science. We're lawyers. We should be good at this. And it can be done across the board. These proposed reforms have to be bottom-up. They have to engage the stakeholders, as other speakers have said. And they have to especially build on what we already know how to do and be reliable so that bankers and investors and financiers who are not the most risk, at least the really good ones, tend not to like risk. They can feel comfortable making their investments. So I'm going to stop with just two last points. The first one comes back to what Douglas was saying, my general counsel friend. Capacity chasm. If we want to do this properly, we need lawyers who are trained in those legal systems all over the world. And we need the legal capacity, Paris Agreement, Article 11, 12, 13, to be able to actually provide for the changes that are coming. And so we actually did a survey on climate finance and carbon markets in one of the regions we work in, because Cambridge, we do that, we do research every once in a while, some of it's even relevant. And what we actually tried to find in particular was, well, what are the gaps that exist in your knowledge and skills that might prevent you from participating in climate finance as lawyers? And what we found, of course, was that gaps exist in knowledge about navigating climate finance mechanisms, the Clean Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, the Adaptation Fund, the various multilateral challenges. 68% felt they didn't have the information they needed to practice. Also, integrating climate considerations into national budgets and planning. 64% felt that they didn't have the information to practice. Structuring carbon market agreements, 63%. Stymied by lack of capacity. Implementing climate finance safeguards and compliance requirements, another 63% who would love to work in this area as lawyers and can't because they don't have access to the basic education and capacity they need. So we asked them, well, what kind of legal regulatory skills would most enhance your effectiveness? Conducting due diligence on climate projects, finance projects, 70% said that they would like to learn how to do that. Drafting climate finance agreements and legal frameworks, 68% wanted to learn that. negotiating with international climate funds, but also advising on carbon credit verification compliance or managing fiduciary and environment social safeguards, we were between 60 and 65% that were all looking for skills in those areas. Now, we're lawyers, we like details, so we said, well, what about the documentation? Do you need to learn about the type of legal documentation that we need? Yes. Carbon credit purchase agreements and emission reduction contracts, 74% didn't have what they needed to give good legal advice on those. That's a massive, massive area where more work is actually needed. Grant agreements, financing agreements, multilateral funds, 72% wanted more information. Benefit sharing agreements with communities, proud of them, 70%, nearly as many as wanted to work with the banks. Good on you. I bet it was some Brazilians in there. And then results-based management frameworks and host country agreements and letter of approval, between 48 and 60% also asking for skills in this area. As the other speakers have said, the types of things that we found as terms of the most important barriers, what limits the ability of our lawyers to engage effectively with climate finance, institutional constraints, lack of technical legal knowledge, limited coordination between government departments, have we all been there? Unclear domestic legal frameworks, and limited time and resources for capacity building. So what needs to be done there? We need work in our bar associations, as we heard this afternoon. We need work in our judiciary training institutes, special though that is to engage with them, as I know. And we need work also, of course, in our civil service schools, because we can't wait for the next generation of graduates to come through our law faculties. And of course, every law faculty has an LLM in climate finance, right? I don't know about you, but I'm aware of one at Stanford. Cambridge just got our first professor in climate law after 20 years of asking. We're so, so happy to be welcoming Harrow. And at the same time, I think there's an LLM in Bhutan that I'll be teaching on later. We may need to do a little more there as well as law schools, might we not? And I think that that is maybe the point that I would especially like to close on. Yes, there is an important role for universities and for institutes and foundations, including FGV, in this agenda, and for those brilliant law students who are choosing to make this a path, despite the political headwinds we all face. It's all right, our southern neighbors just get a little bit strange every once in a while, and we'll be fine. But there's more to it than that too. We need to be able to mobilize now and open up these opportunities now. What we're trying to do with the Democratizing Education for Global Sustainability and Justice program, with the courses we offer online, 3 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 weeks, is to just make you dangerous, help you learn enough with full bursaries, and that would be the invitation I'm going to conclude with, in order to be able to take these courses and get an idea of what resources are out there. Beyond that, I think that there needs to be a great deal more done at all levels. We'll be hosting a legal specialization course with a free certification that you can take online or in person in Belém, pulling the people who wrote the Paris Agreement out of the negotiations blue zone and into the UFPA, our partners, in order to teach those who wish to learn here in Brazil and worldwide how to be able to make this an area of practice. In Glasgow, we could point to maybe, if we were optimistic, 600 lawyers worldwide who actually practice climate law and put it in their brass plate that they hang out, as you will. We made a commitment to increase that by tenfold to 6,000 in 3 years. And in Baku, we met that commitment as a community. We have a capacity registry, a climate law capacity registry, where lawyers, after they've taken these courses, register and have access to continuing legal education to be able to continue building their skills and share their knowledge. But when you think about it, 6,000 worldwide. The size of the criminal bar in Canada alone is 80,000 lawyers, just Canada. So we've got work to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Before I give the floor to our next speaker, I just want to congratulate Professor Seeger because she was recently named an impact maker by the UNFCCC High Level Champion. So let's have a round of applause. Okay, so let's go to our youth commentator. Sorry, guys. Commentator, thank you. Mr. Akinola Afolarin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, Mr. Akinola Afolarin is from the PACE Energy and Climate Center. Please, Mr. Afolarin, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to be part of this very, very exciting discussion on climate finance, which is an area that is very, very dear to my heart. And one of the reasons, of course, apart from the fact that I am very, very passionate about issues relating to climate change, there's also the issue of the fact that I'm from Nigeria, and I see Nigeria as part of the emerging economy and developing countries which are gravely impacted by the impacts of climate change, who are also at the receiving end when it comes to issues relating to climate finance these days. Now, I'm just going to make mention of two particular issues. I'm going to look at the issues relating to the legal issues when it comes to issues relating to climate finance, and I'm also going to look at it from the point of environmental justice. Now, as Professor Segia just said, the issues relating to climate finance, we cannot treat it alone in isolation when we look at it in the context of the Paris Agreement. Even though the Paris Agreement provides and the UNFCCC provide maybe adequately as at the time it was, as at the time those treaties were agreed upon for the financial mechanism for climate finance. I think the world has moved too far away from there right now, and I'm going to shed more light on that. But I'm going to first of all say that we cannot, as it is right now, we cannot deal with issues related to climate finance when we look at it from the legal perspective without also looking at the impacts that the trade laws, international trade laws and international investment laws, treaties that we have, how they actually impact on the issues related to climate finance. So it is very, very important for me that we begin to look at how all of these treaties actually impact on one another, and how we can actually ensure that these treaties are also, if we need to go back to them and amend them in order that they will be climate inclined as well. Now, when we look at issues relating to climate finance under the Paris Agreement, the whole essence when it comes to, when you look at Article 9, it does say that developed countries should provide or shall, depending on which of the subsections you are looking at, will provide or shall provide financial assistance to developing countries. Now, that, of course, we know from what we have seen in the past 10 years that many developed countries have not lived up to that. But one thing that I think is missing from that particular conversation is that, and I do not criticize the people who agreed on this at 10, 15 years ago when this was being discussed. The question is, now that with what we know right now when it comes to issues relating to climate finance, given the fact that the private sector play a huge role when it comes to issues relating to climate finance, in terms of investment, in terms of what goes into which market and all of that, is it not high time we also began to look at what impact the private sector is having on issues related to climate finance, and whether the current position of the law that we have, whether it is actually adequate enough to actually deal with the issues that we have. Now, I'm going to move to the issues related to environmental justice, and I'm going to discuss this in the context of the fact that we have already seen that the international or the global climate finance that we have, there's a huge shortfall. But the fact that there is a huge shortfall does not actually tell us all the full story. Now, there is also the issue of even the amount of money that we have, the limited amount of money that we have, which part of the world is it actually going? We have seen that over 70% of since 2018 to between 2018 to 2023, over 70% of the climate finance that has globally that has been put into climate finance has gone to only 3 parts of the world: America and Canada, the United States and Canada, Western Europe, and of course East Asia, which is essentially China and and a few other countries. Now, when you see this, the question is, what happens to the rest of the world? Why is it that we only have 3 major parts of the world getting over 70% of the climate finance? Now, let me take it back down to Africa, where I'm from. Now, when you look at the finance that has gone into Africa in the past 10 years when it comes to climate finance, there is also disparity in terms of which country is getting what. When you look at countries like the top 10 economies in Africa, the Kenyas, the South Africa, the Morocco, the Nigerians of this world have received over 46% of the funds that are going into Africa when it comes to climate finance. Meanwhile, the real vulnerable countries in Africa that have been impacted by the impacts of climate change, they have received just about 10% of all the funds going to Africa. And I begin to wonder, why is it that the countries that actually need these funds, why is it that the funds do not go to these countries? So that is, for me, issue of environmental justice, because if these countries actually did not, as we all know, are not principally responsible for climate change, now they are suffering the impact. Why is it that when we are talking about climate finance, nobody talks about those countries? And of course, the answer is also very clear. Now, another aspect of it that is also very, very important, and that has been an important conversation in the course of Paris, COP30 as well, is the issue of the disparity between issues of financing for mitigation and the financing for adaptation. We need to look at it and tell ourselves the truth that indeed we are traveling on the wrong path. I agree that we need to cut emissions as we go into the future, but there is no how we are going to leave millions and billions of people in the economy, emerging economy and developing countries that have for years suffered from the impacts of climate change. If we do not do something about it, it means that we're going to be leaving millions, hundreds of millions of people behind. So what is the thing that we have to do about it? And that is why I feel that this COP actually presents us another opportunity to look at our approach, how we have been dealing with issues related to climate finance. And that is why it's an issue of environmental justice. If the people that are not getting the funds are all, generally agreed not to be the ones that are responsible for climate change, why is it that they cannot get the funds that they need to take care of their people, of their country? So that for me is something that is very, very important that we need to start looking at. And I believe that COP30 presents us with another opportunity to look at all of those issues, because if we do not, it means that we're going to be leaving a lot of people, vulnerable communities, we're going to be leaving them behind. It is very, very important. It is very, very important that we look at all of those issues as we go along. Lastly, I'm just going to look at the opportunities, because I look at the topic for this particular panel also. There are challenges, of course, but there are also a lot of opportunities. Why is it that countries do not want to invest in a place like Africa? And I understand that there are maybe geopolitical issues, corruption, and all of that. I agree that all of those things exist, but there are also immense opportunities for corporations, for anyone that wants to invest in those places. We must begin to look at spread the climate finance that is available across the world, and not just concentrating almost 80% of it in just certain part of the world. So that for me is something that is very, very important that we must begin to look at. And of course, I'm not going to stop without looking at the role that the private sector has to play in this. Now, I'm not going to talk about how they have contributed to climate change over the years also, but the issues relating to climate change and climate finance cannot be handled alone by the government. The private sector has to be involved. And if private sector has to be involved, private sector cannot be concentrating on profit maximization alone. the private sector also has to contribute not only to issues related to mitigation, but also to adaptation. Because if we do not do that, we are only going to be encouraging over the years, and we're going to cross to issue of capitalism, which is something that has brought us to where we are in the first place. So it is very, very important for me that as we are looking at these issues from the legal context, we must also begin to look at it in the environmental justice spectrum, looking at it that people who did not contribute to climate change or who have contributed the least to climate change need to be helped. If the current legal framework that we have cannot support it, I agree. I actually think that it does not support it. And I listened to a lot of experts during the New York Climate Week also saying that the current legal framework that we have, for obvious reasons, the fact that the trade and investment treaties that we have do not support what we have. I think what we have right now is not adequate. It is probably the high time we look at it again and say, okay, well, given what we know now, after 10 years, we need to also revisit the legal framework. But most importantly, we must begin to look at how everybody must be carried along. Just transition that leaves hundreds of millions of people or billions of people behind is not just, it is an unjust transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Folarin. So I want to thank you all the speakers for the amazing presentations, and let's move to our last session of the day.
Thank you, Professor Paula, for being here with us today to accept our invitation. So, to start these closing remarks today, I would like to introduce Ricardo Melo. Dr. Ricardo Melo is a partner at Silveira Dias Law Firm. Dr. Ricardo, can you hear me? You have the floor.
Yes. Check. You hear me? Hello? You hear me?
Perfect, Dr. Ricardo. You have the floor.
Okay. Boa tarde. Good evening. It is a true pleasure to close this international gathering held simultaneously in Belém, Rio de Janeiro, and New York. Over the past 2 days, Pace University and the FGV have delivered an outstanding event, one that shows how collaboration, serious research, and shared purpose can drive real progress on the climate crisis. Speaking to you from the Amazon, the site of COP30, adds a special meaning to this moment. The Amazon is more than a vital ecosystem. It is a foundation of global climate stability. Hosting a COP here is a clear reminder that the world's climate future depends on protecting this region, respecting the people who live here, and ground climate action in local knowledge and climate justice. The panels we heard on the accelerating climate crisis, international law, the role of cities, indigenous leadership, just transition, corporate responsibility, climate restoration, and climate finance brought together exceptional expertise and a wide range of perspectives. They reinforced an essential truth: addressing the climate emergency requires legal creativity, scientific understanding, and inclusive governance at every level. But above all, what stood out was the dialogue itself, bringing academics, judges, policymakers, indigenous leaders, youth, and civil society together showed that knowledge exchange is a powerful driver of change. When we cooperate across borders, disciplines, and worldviews, we lay the groundwork for solutions that are credible, fair, and lasting. I want to express my sincere thanks to Pace University, FGV, and the FGV for organizing such an excellent program. To our moderators and panelists for their thoughtful contributions, and to everyone who joined us, whether in person or online, for your engagement and commitment. May the ideas shared here continue to inspire concrete actions. And may we move forward together for the climate, for the Amazon, and for a sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Silveira Tias, for hosting our event in Belém as well, Dr. Jorge Alexi and his team. Represent the Elisabeth Haub School of Law at Pace University, our partner here, and Professor David Cassuto, please.
Thank you, Emmanuel. I won't take too much time. This has been a long, rich Congress filled with important remarks from brilliant thinkers and doers, and I can do a little to add what has already been said. But I do want to say a few thank yous. Firstly, to FGV Direito Rio aqui, with whom it has been my great honor and privilege to work for many years now, and I would especially like to thank Dean Sergio Guerra, Vice Dean Antonio Porto, Emmanuel Parizo for his extraordinary administrative team, and of course my dear friend, Professor Romulo Sampaio, who I had the privilege and pleasure of advising when he was an SJD student at PACE, now almost 20 years ago. Since leaving PACE and joining FGV, he has become an extraordinary academic and attorney, and we at PACE are immensely proud. And of course, the Silveira Tias law firm in Belém. Jorge Alex spoke yesterday of our long history together, his work, and of course we just heard from Dr. Ricardo. It's a testament to the firm's unparalleled commitment to environmental law and to the international legal community. We are very grateful. And then there's my home institution, PACE, Elisabeth Haub School of Law, including the Global Center for Environmental Legal Studies, BILE, the institute which I direct with Romulo, our Energy and Climate Center, represented most ably by Mike Kamersky over there in Belém right now, and Chinti as well, who directs G-Cells, and most especially to Nick Robinson, a towering figure in international environmental law and an indefatigable warrior for the rule of law, with whom it's my great privilege to work. Without his energy, vision, and leadership, this event could not have been possible. And now just a few substantive notes. Anyone who knows me knows I am not an optimist. In fact, I have been told that I am where optimism goes to die. But that doesn't mean I'm a pessimist. I tell people that an optimist is someone who believes that the glass is half full, while someone who is hopeful believes that what's in the glass may just be enough. And this Congress has made me hopeful. We've heard over these last 2 days from many of the people who are sparing no effort to arrest our slide into global catastrophe and to reverse what Justice Wilson this morning so aptly termed atrocity law. And their work is paying off. We have a global community that is stepping up to propel forward the rule of law and to compensate for the leadership vacuum that currently plagues the United States. We also have important words from the International Court of Justice and from the IUCN, and we have all the incredible work by indigenous communities, young people around the world, including, as you've heard over these last 2 days, from the Elisabeth Haub School of Law, and from our wonderful youth commentators from all over the world, and the entire global community who will not compromise in their pursuit of a just and equitable solution to the climate catastrophe. So, as I said, I am not optimistic, but I am hopeful, and I think that's actually better. I tell my environmental law students every year that the times are indeed dire and the odds are long. But when your back is against the wall and the enemy hordes are massed in front of you, you have only two options. You have two choices. You can give up or you can fight like hell. But the truth is, there are no choices. Giving up is not an option. We have to fight, and we have to win. And these last 2 days have shown why we will. Thank you all for what you've done and what you will do.
Thank you, Professor Cassuto, for representing our institution, FGV Real Law, Professor Romulo Sampaio.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Unfortunately, our dean could not make for these closing remarks, so Emmanuel bestowed me the role of closing this session on behalf of FGV. I had prepared a substantive short speech, but I will not do that after such a nice speech that my former professor gave, because I don't want to embarrass him of presenting something that was better than his, if that was possible at all, and it is not. So my brief words is 2 days, 3 cities, countless rich debates, plural voices, bold ideas, and a truly global conversation, all woven together in one connected COP30 side event, jointly promoted by the Elisabeth Haub School of Law at Pace University and FGV Direito Rio, or FGV Law Rio. For those two great universities, my very great thanks. They were instrumental in putting this together. To the Dean of the Elisabeth Haub, Dean Horace, to my dear friend and former Professor David Cassuto, and also to Professor Nick Robinson. On those 3 names, I thank everybody at the PACE community. I also want to extend my gratitude to FGV. FGV has been a pioneer in Brazil in promoting the study of environmental law, the teaching of environmental law. We were one of the first law schools in the country of having a discipline of environmental law, a mandatory course in our regular law course. And we now have a climate change regulation course in our doctoral program as well. So FGV Law Rio has been long pioneering some of the ideas we've been discussing throughout these 2 days. A heartfelt thank you to our incredible hosts and partners in Belém, Silveira Atias, in the persons of Jorge Alex Atias, Pedro Bentes, and Fabio Flores. I've thanked them yesterday, but I cannot thank them enough for their generosity and for the logistics that made this multi-city format possible. And something Jorge Alex told us in the very beginning of this conference stick to my head, and I think was a very important and powerful message. The Amazonian people, they do not want to be told, they want to be heard. And I think we heard from the Amazon people, a region that has many great scholars. Jorge Alex, Pedro Bentes, and Fabio Flores are examples of that. And many others who spoke from Belém have taught us a lot from the Amazon region. So thank you, Silveira Atias, thank you, Jorge Alex, Pedro, and Fabio. Thanks also to our deans, Sérgio Guerra and Antonio Porto, for believing in this program and for providing us with the means to putting this together. I also want to make a final note. I did that yesterday, but I do not, I feel that it's not enough always to thank our supporters. They were instrumental to making this conference, extremely hard and challenging conference, happen. Newfields Brazil, in the person of Thiago Moura, who is here with us today. Thank you, very, very special thank you to you. To BMA lawyers, law firm, Márcio Pereira and Fernanda Tanuri, who gave us a very, very great speech earlier today, and who hosted us yesterday at their law firm for a very nice cocktail reception. Of course, for Pinheiro Neto Advogados and Werner Grau, who was here with us yesterday, and Matos Filho, in the names of the persons of my partners, Antonio Reis, Juliana Ramalho, and Tabata Guerra, who also supported and believed in this event. Special thanks to all our institutional partners for lending their prestige and sending outstanding representatives to enrich the discussion, such as Professor Alessandra, who is here with us. Thank you so much for lending your prestige and your time for being here with us. A final, but certainly not least, very special thanks to Emanuel Paraíso. He is like a Messi, if you will. It's weird to listen to a Brazilian praising an Argentinian player, but Emanuel is a Messi here at FGV, and him and his team made all of this possible. So I would, just before I end, I would ask all of you to give a salvo of applause to Emanuel and his team. Thank you, Emanuel. You truly deserve. What we build in these 2 days reflects what climate governance needs at this moment: collaboration, ambition, and bridges across sectors, cities, and countries. I want to end with a quote that is a tribute to Antonio Gutierrez that I think is very powerful. We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator, but we are the ones who can change course. I hope COP30 can be the landmark of this radical shift in course. Onward, COP30. Thank you very much.
Dear audience, I would like to say thank you for this 2-day conference. It was a pleasure to organize everything here. Thank you to my team there, they're here. So to all the support that we have of FGV. So thank you everyone, and have a nice COP30. So we are hopeful, Professor David, that we will have more insights from COP30 for the environment in the future. So thank you everyone.
And you were going tomorrow, so I will have a chance to be your thing. Only 3 minutes. My wonderful chair was doing thank you very much. I was looking down through that yesterday. We can see what they do. There's an actual agenda here. It has not been promised. Where do you want to go? Under the name. I would be wrong. I think. Or do you want to? Oh, no. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. With the flags. Emmanuel.
Aqui, ó. Não, Thiagão, vamos tirar foto.
Very good.
Na frente ou atrás? Aqui na frente. Obrigado.